that budget, we put a heavy focus on students. We really do keep our budget student-centered. We look at efficiencies, but efficiencies that don't negatively impact our students. And we also look at different opportunities. As you know, we have a very vibrant educational foundation in Lancaster County, so we look at how we can also work through our education foundation to offset some of our programs and opportunities for our kids that are critical. We also, and I know I feel like very confident in this room that everyone in this room wants to invest in our staff as well. So our teachers and our staff, they're on the front lines. The school board and myself always want to keep a focus on making sure that we're compensating them for their hard work as well. So as we reviewed the numbers, we had some numbers budgeted for proposals, and then we were waiting on our insurance renewal numbers, which we had been given a preview of 8. We kind of cushioned that a little bit for budgeting purposes because we never know what it will come back on. But we just recently got our insurance renewal, and we came in at no increase. So we were very happy about that. And that changed our number some. So you have received some different work-throughs with numbers. As we spoke last time, our board, they would really like to do a 5% raise for staff, but we have talked about different scenarios. So I'll just walk through each of those different scenarios and some numbers. Feel free to stop me if you have questions or ask. The first one is if we were looking at a 3% raise for staff. Walking through these numbers real quick, let me back up for a minute. The state portion of funding we have an increase in there for next year. It's about $499,000, $882. So that's an increase that helped us cover a lot of portions of our budget for next year. And federal funding looks to be about the same. So if we were looking at the two factors that really changed, last time we met, I covered some of the positions that we added last year with safety and student coaching and STEAM, the STEAM program at the elementary school. We wish to keep all of those positions going. They've all been successful and had a really good positive impact. So the two factors that really come up every year really are staff raises and covering that insurance premium increase, which we know is at a 0. So
the federal funds, are you confident those are there or going to be there, or what the impact of the current status of federal spending may have?
We are playing it day by day, and I wouldn't say I feel confident. We just simply don't know.
Have you all suffered any difficulties in the reimbursement systems, applying for reimbursements?
Not at this point, and we're keeping up with making sure they're getting in a timely manner. So, we're not waiting any length of time just in case. We've been encouraged just to keep them in. Don't wait till the end of a quarter. Don't wait till the end of a semester. So Kia's been doing that. But we just don't have we haven't gotten any word on anything, whether we're hoping they're there, we assume they'll be there.
And help remind me, are there 5 layers of approval from the VDOE on reimbursements?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we
There is room for cuts there, it's just where you make those cuts.
Probably. We planned this budget assuming that the federal funds will still be there. I would imagine even if they don't come from a federal level, they would come to us from a state level, I would hope. But there's no way of telling for sure.
And just to clarify my comment to the board and to the public, when a school district expends federal funds, they have to expend local funds and then apply for reimbursement through a state system to do that. And there's 5 layers of approval process for each step, each reimbursement that goes through there, from different people at the State Department, at the VDOE, that make those approvals before you actually get that money that flows back to the local coffer. Am I correct?
Yes.
And that's over a period of how long?
It depends on how good the local people are at following the reimbursements and how much they stay up on them.
The process doesn't normally take too long.
It doesn't take long, so it's within the calendar year, within the.
Oh,
school
yes,
year.
yes.
But I mean, in some cases, there have been incidences in school districts where they have not done such reimbursements for years.
Oh, wow.
We do not do that in Lancaster County.
I got a question on the local funds. Get away from the federal stuff. The local funds, it's an increase of 27,000 there.
So that was where I was going. If we did a 3% raise, it would be an increase of 27,689. We have gone through and tried to find every cut and efficiency. We can certainly continue to go back through, which we probably will anyway in this process. But that's where it would be with the 3% raise and keeping all of the positions that we added in over the past couple years, that we feel strongly have a really good positive impact. We added in an additional school security officer. We added in 3 student coaches, 2 at the elementary school, 1 at the high school, and they work with behavior. We added in a full-time STEAM teacher for our elementary kids, so instead of getting just gym and PE, or gym PE and art and music, they're also getting a STEAM class on a regular rotating basis too, which has been phenomenal. We have a really good teacher in there, and that makerspace has allowed us to do that as well. And then we've topped it off with some grants through the Education Foundation to get some different materials and things in there. So that's the 3%. And then we did do a scenario with a 4% and a 5% increase as well. And you can see those numbers. Those, just the local funds would increase by those amount if we went with a 4 or 5%.
Well, I guess the bottom line, what I'm trying to figure out, if you didn't have that, what would you lose? You know, if because you named off several different positions, but
We would probably look at the position that was originally grant funded, which is the school security officer at the elementary school. Because when we originally got that position 2 years ago, we had found a grant for it. We hired that person through a grant, and then it was a good position to have. And so we funded it last year without that grant. Now, we will continue to look for grants. There are a lot of grants out there in the safety arena. So we would continue to look for grants for that. We just don't have one offhand right now.
Would you lose that position, or would you do away with that position anyway once our middle school kids move to the high school? Or would you have 2 security, or the resource officer plus 2 security at the high school / middle school?
We wouldn't lose it because we would remain with, we wouldn't like to lose it. So in each of our buildings, we have a school resource officer, and the school resource officer is funded through the sheriff's department. And then we added the school security officers, who's a school employee at each building. So ideally, they wouldn't shift between buildings, they would just remain. The 2 from the current high school would go to the new high school, and the 2 at the elementary school would remain at the elementary school.
So how is the role of the security officer different than the role of the resource officer?
So the school security officer, that comes into play with it being a sheriff's department employee and a school employee. So the school resource officer does more on the educational piece with kids, building relationships. If there was an incident at the school, they could respond. They have a weapon, you know, they're a deputy. So the school security officer is, we give them their duties. They are the one, they go around and they add an additional layer of checking doors, popping into classrooms. If there's, you know, a parent that's upset, they can assist in that area. So the difference really in the duties comes between who they're employed by. So we give different duties to the school security officer than the school resource officer. Does that make sense?
Okay.
so as far as this upcoming year, you haven't applied for any grants for this?
No, we are not aware of any right now for a school security officer. That does not mean that some will not become available.
Have you submitted the detailed budget to us?
Yes. Yeah, I included that on the email with the board package when I sent that out.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I just asked if y'all had submitted the detailed budget and with these summaries.
Sorry.
That's it.
I mean, yeah, I can, go deeper into these numbers. That's really the number that's lingering out there is
Okay.
which increase we can go with salary based on whether or not we keep that budget down close to level as we can, whether we take it all the way to a level budget or we look at higher increases for staff, which, we're always going to advocate for.
Have y'all had any discussions on how you would use the $1,000 bonus?
So we have had some, typically in the past when the bonuses have become available, we had ESSER funds to complement it. And so we've been able to give them across the board. This bonus is only for SOQ funded positions, which is not even
Not all
close
of
to
them.
all of our positions. So we've talked about how do you give a bonus to just some staff and not the
So it is
others?
flexible, to my understanding, that you could give it to everybody at a reduced rate, I guess,
Yes, that is the last I heard.
or
That's,
back fund it with local funds to,
yeah. It would be,
but it
it
is
would be
fully-
heavy if we had to back fund it, and, it's, if
Could you at
we,
least, could you quantify that for us so we're aware of it? Like, how much we'd be getting and then how much it would cost if you were to apply it to give some scenarios and that, so at least we're aware of how that could work.
yes, and Kia, I'll give you some guesstimates. Kia can give you better numbers. I think our SOQ, I'm guessing these numbers from what we talked about, it was like a week or two ago. We have about 220 staff. About roughly 50% of them are SOQ funded positions. So it would be about, I'm guessing, like around $100,000, about $100,000 to complement them. If we took the whole amount and divided it amongst all staff, the difficult part in that is if every school division did that, everybody would be getting different amount. One school system may have gotten 300 apiece, another neighboring school system might get 600 apiece. So
Yeah.
then that's where that would go. So they also were talking about whether they give that money, and I don't know if they made a decision yet, I don't think they did, whether they give it before this fiscal year is up or into the next fiscal year. So there's been a lot of back and forth on which is preferred and which is more manageable. So, but people have already worked through their budgets before we heard about that.
Yeah.
So,
That's not untypical these days with the
Yeah.
General Assembly. We're
Yeah.
lucky that, I said, that's not untypical with the General Assembly these days. We're lucky we got a budget this year
Yeah.
on time, or as far as
Agreed.
we've gotten.
I'm trying to remember where I put it.
Jessica,
Spreadsheet I put it in.
do you know approximately where the 51,594 starting salary that you show, how that compares to our neighboring jurisdictions?
so I can give you the best guess that I can. Other counties aren't through their budgets either, and people are proposing numbers, and they don't know where they'll end up. The 51, it won't put us ahead. Last year, we were ahead with that very generous increase. It will not put us ahead, and looking at other schools, it will just kind of put us back to kind of where we were before in the run-of-the-mill with
Okay.
everyone. It
What
looks
schools
like.
would be ahead of us?
I don't know specifically because their numbers aren't in yet either. I have like what people are proposing, but it depends on where they fall. Sometimes people propose numbers and their budget ends up very different from that. So from looking at proposals of what people think they might have, last year, we got ahead of, like, even the larger schools, like Stafford and everything, like I had shared. We would be, the 52 would probably be, that's with the 4% raise, would put us above most of them. The 51 would put us kind of in the running with everyone. We had batted around some ideas of even recently, since we got that insurance increase, you know, increasing teachers to 4% and all other staff to 3%. In recent years, we've gone with one number across the board because everybody's so important in the game of education now. But that starting teacher salary is important, but, you know, I have a feeling for years, we're gonna go up and down some.
And Don, we do that with the county as well, right, with our employees? Is that we base our employees' increases on what goes to the school?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
With me being on the board, I've seen that.
Yes,
I don't know
yes,
in the
yes,
past.
because, you know, it's hard to give county staff something different than what the school
It
staff
is.
gets. So, yes, you all have tried to be consistent across the board.
I guess, you know, the question that Craig was asking, because I was wondering the same thing. So, and I always think about the neighboring counties, you know, the Northumberland, the Richmond County, Middlesex. So this 51, are you saying will put us below, I mean, your guess with what you're seeing from,
Below the
if
normal.
we're seeing anything?
It will put us below some of the surrounding schools, yes.
Or surrounding schools in the Northern Act?
If they
Yes,
get
in the
their
Northern
approvals
Act.
for whatever they're
Yes.
going for now, because we're
Yes.
number one right now, correct?
Yes, this year.
And we may fall behind Westmoreland, but we probably be compatible with Northumberland and Richmond County.
Westmoreland will be competing more with Stafford and
Yeah.
King George.
Yeah.
And
Being in Northern Virginia.
at this
But,
point,
Mr. Palin, what you said about Northumberland?
We'd probably be compatible with Northumberland and Richmond County.
I'm sorry, Mr. Palin.
We'd probably be compatible with Northumberland and Richmond County. As I've seen in the past. All right, any other questions or statements? All right, so Madam Chairman, Madam Superintendent, it is of my opinion that this board is still looking at level funding. All right, so. Okay. All right, anything else? All right.
Yep, we will continue to look at the budget, and we will continue to always look for grants. I mean, I feel like we've gotten good at that, and we have a robust education foundation, and we'll continue to advocate for the LCI as well with the state, so. We'll keep looking at numbers. Our school board public hearing is Monday, so.
I would
We'll get
suggest
some
that we
input then as well.
we lobby for the JLARC stuff as much as possible
Oh, yes.
and not concentrate much on trying to change the formula, because the formula was deemed not perfect under the JLARC study, but good enough. And I think it's going to be that would be a hard battle to fight, but there's a lot of stuff in the JLARC study that does do good for public education that we can put a lot of effort behind.
Absolutely.
That
There
basically
are,
gets rid of the composite index and goes to a different funding formula
yeah,
altogether.
well, they are actually having conversations at the state level about the LCI and these 5 or 6 counties that are anomalies, us included in that. When we took a visit to the Capitol just recently, we spoke with Hillary Pugh-Kent, and there are actually conversations going on, so that's a start.
Yeah, that's good.
And we've offered to be a piece of that conversation and bring anything to the table that we can as well. So I don't think the formula will change because it works for the majority of counties, but maybe there's some flexibility in that formula where when your economically disadvantaged is very high and there's a huge discrepancy between the wealth in your county, and looking at the students, a formula that includes students in there as well, so.
Jessica, do you have anybody set on staff that is monitoring grants all the time and looking for them, or is there anybody you have in that position?
We don't have anybody set for that. We,
Okay.
in-house, have different people that work on grants, and we're all, as a team, always looking for grants that come through the state or other resources as well. So we keep a nice little wish list, and so when something pops up, we're like, that would be a good fit. Yep.
But right now, I think I understood you to say you don't know of any grants out there for
Not
safety
at
or
this time.
security.
Not at this time. It doesn't mean one won't come available.
Okay.
Is there anybody that works with the other localities on grants all the time? Or I was just wondering, is there somebody that maybe could work on a percentage basis of what they get or you know, what they obtain? I just wonder.
Yeah, I can't say 100%, but I would venture to guess that none of the schools surrounding us in the Northern Neck have a full-time grant person, just because we're small divisions.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Usually it's your federal programs person.
Federal
Yeah,
programs.
Yeah. That
And
usually.
they would strictly manage federal types of grants, not just any grants.
Okay.
Yeah, but they can go out and look for other grants
Were
and
you
stuff.
that guy?
Yeah, I was that guy. Yeah, and I dealt with a lot of grants other than federal.
You want to come out of
All right, unless we have anything else, we're ready to adjourn unless you have something.
I would entertain a motion. That we-
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're now adjourned. Thank
Okay.
y'all.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
thank you.
We will adjourn until 7 PM. Not adjourn, but we'll recess until 7 PM. Recess. I'd like to call the February 27, 2025 board meeting, Lancaster County Board meeting back to order. We're now getting ready to go into public input session, and you have 3 minutes to say whatever you want to tell us. But let me say this, 3 minutes can go fast, so get right to the point, tell us what you want to tell us. At the end of 2 minutes, I'll hold this sign up letting you know that you have 1 minute left. At this particular time, the public input session is now open. Anyone? Anyone online? No, sir. Public input session is now closed. Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT.
I think that's the first. Yeah. How y'all doing tonight?
Good.
I really don't have a whole lot to report. We've been busy doing snow removal and cleanup and potholes pretty much for the last month, so. Does anybody have anything for me?
Mike, I know I've talked to you briefly about it, but I just want to get it on record that I had talked to John Hathaway about his entrance on Good Luck Road and some line of sight things, and I know I've talked to you about it, so I just wanted to put it in the record so we could have it there.
Yeah, I talked to John also, and David was down here first of the week, and I rode him through there, so just, I guess, request a traffic study, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you a question on that. Where he's entering to the road, can you just put a sign, a mirror out there where when he enters, he can see both ways?
I think the problem is, coming out with like a low boy or something, he's just going so slow and people are popping around the turns on both ways that, he's gotten jammed up a couple times.
All right. Any other questions, statements, requests?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I do have one thing. In the past several years, the Board of Supervisors has paid for an extra litter pickup along all of the county roads. VDOT does a litter pickup prior to their mowing, but the board has paid for an extra one. And I'd just like to know if that's the wish of the board this year. I think it would be completed probably before the end of March.
Yeah, I think it's David did ask for a motion if y'all want to do that because
Yeah.
it's a contract thing that's coming up the end of March. So we just need to.
Yes, I make a motion that we do it.
I've already made it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Talking to you, Mike.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue with funding the trash pickup.
All right. Y'all heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Unanimous vote. All right.
All right, well, thank y'all.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. Presentations. Let's see.
Perhaps we can put on those signs not to litter. Those great signs.
We might get more litter then. All right, presentations, let's see. All right, we have recognition of the retiring Commissioner of Revenue, Mrs. Marion Savoy.
Marlon.
All right, come on up. All right, let me read this.
And Jesse, you come up with her. Are you part of this as well? Sure.
This is all mine.
It's from the board.
I'm gonna move this out of the way.
This is from the board, Board of Supervisors, all right? All right, this is presented to Marlon Savoy by the Board of Supervisors on February the 27th, 2025, in recognition of and appreciation for your dedicated services to the County of Lancaster. Starting as a Deputy Commissioner of Revenue on December the 1st, 1978, and ended as the Commissioner of Revenue on January 31st, 2025. Thank you for your services.
Thank you.
That's 46 years and 2 months. That is unbelievable. Very good.
Okay, school construction and activity update. Mr. Pitt?
Yeah, just got a few quick slides for you tonight. Looks like you got plenty of other stuff to go over, so I won't be up here too long. Lot of progress, over the past month. We have been slowed down a little bit by the weather for a few days, but you can see on this list of the 2-week look ahead where they'll be focusing on, and it'll show later. You'll see a lot of the letters C and D on this. These are the back 2 areas of the school, the academic wings, and you can see as we go through the slides how most of the work is focused back on that area. This is the picture that I showed in January. We always like to give where we were, and this is mostly where we were in February. Thought that was a little interesting slide, but the next slide was taken earlier this week. Gives an idea about where we are, with the framing process. Good news is you can see a lot of steel laying down beside the crane, so they've got things staged, ready to go. These are just a few quick pictures of, down by the side of the building, working through it. As I was taking these, they were swinging steel, so I wasn't able to go through the main part of the building as a safety precaution. But we sort of walked around and got some pictures. This is on level 0. It's what they call area D. You can see the fireproofing that's on the steel, and it's a gypsum material that they spray on the steel. Get to the next slide. This is just a closer shot of that same material being sprayed on the steel. This is area C, so it's kind of on the side closest to dream fields, up near the athletic field. Again, you can start to see some of the hangers and stuff. We're getting ready for ductwork to be going in place. That'll start next week. And some of the walls that are starting to go up for the individual classrooms, and I think you see that on the next slide, yeah. And so things are moving. All this area has been, even with the weather, they've been able to work down in this part of the building. So it's been a lot of progress. Yeah, again, this is looking into through what will be the weight room and into the main gym. And I think the next slide shows the auxiliary gym on the left-hand side. And this is my obligatory Olivia Hall shot. Like to include one of these. DEQ was kind enough to show up after a big rain event, and but we're working through some of the items that they found, and minor stuff. But as a whole, things have really held up good on the site, even through all this wet weather, and looking forward to a lot of progress. Any questions?
Any questions, gentlemen?
I assume we're on schedule. Are we ahead of schedule or on schedule?
Right now, Bill, we're probably about 2 or 3 weeks behind,
Okay.
based on things. But we're early enough in the project where they'll be able to easily make up some of that. If we get closer towards the end of the project and we're 2 or 3 weeks behind, that's probably going to be a more realistic 2 or 3 weeks. But what I'm being told is nothing that they can't make up at this point. So I think you'll see a lot of progress. Looks like next week's going to be a good week.
Yeah.
If you finish a construction project in this environment 2 to 3 weeks behind schedule, you're doing great.
Yeah. It's been a wet February. So, but they're still pushing, and a lot of Saturdays and Sundays over at the job site. So they're pushing.
All right, thank you for your update.
Thank you.
All right, county park projects update, Mr. Bateman?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, give you some updates on our various parks projects. Here's some photos from our Westland Beach project. These are some drone shots courtesy of the contractor. Looking at the now completed pier with the decking ready for railings.
They started the railings today, John.
They did start the railings today? Fantastic. I knew that once the weather got good. Here's some additional photos of the pier, photos from on the pier. It's a nice little walk out to the end of that pier, I got to tell you, and it can be quite windy at the end. There's some pictures of the breakwaters in front of the condominiums. Again, you can see the sand naturally accreting and the breakwaters doing their job. That's primarily what I'm trying to show here. And this is out in front of the marina. Tide's a little lower here, so you got a good shot of the sand there. And this is out in front of the pool area. And this is a nice shot looking back at the pier. These breakwaters are doing a great job. This is a shot of the comfort station markings. So this delineates the four corners and the height elevations for the roof and the cupola. We had that marked out, and so project progress, about 75% complete on phase one, remaining to be completing the pier railings, which started today. Channel dredging is ready to start, and the channel the channel is being staked out upcoming. So we'll have some pictures for you hopefully next month of the channel dredging. And then phase two is ready to be awarded tonight. Moving on to Taylor Creek Park. I know this is a lot to look at, but this is the grading plan, and the planning and engineering for this project is nearing its completion. Here's a up close of the shoreline plan for Taylor Creek Park. So some updates on where we're at and a projected project timeline. All these are projected dates, but hoping to move quickly to get the thing out to bid and get this awarded so we can start construction. Moving on to Carter Cove Park. Right here you see the master grading plan for Carter Cove. This is a kind of a close-up of the grading plan and the roundabout with the pier to your left, ramp and courtesy pier at the bottom, and an additional a pier to the right. Yes, sir.
What's the plans for this area right up here?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Hall on that one.
Okay.
So that's showing a new pier that's going out from where the existing Oyster House was located further back. And so we're replacing that Oyster House with the pavilion. And then the area that you see in front of that, which is a series of squares, is a paver patio. And then there's a little bit of a retention there, or retaining area there with some riprap. And then that pier comes out from there. So that's like a fishing pier. Is that correct, Don? Yep.
Yes.
And so you'll still have really good views from inside that pavilion area, so people can gather in there, and that's where we'll have that historical information that we intended to educate the public. And then behind that building is that tiered seating, so you could have like school groups or some sort of performance there. And then we're working with Will Smiley to allow them to put a spat-on-shell oyster tank where you see that circle on the square pavers. Should be in that area, and so that will be another opportunity for the community to come and participate in oyster shell recycling.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you.
And to that spat-on-shell tank, again, we were awarded $9,200 from the Chesapeake Bay Trust Oyster Innovation Fund for the construction of that tank. And we have engineering for Carter Cove is roughly 70% complete, targeted date 2025 bid, kind of late this year. Chesapeake Trail Park update, it's cleared for NEPA review, but I believe that NEPA is on hold until they can confirm the release of the federal grant for that project. Just an update on the funding that I mentioned a few months back, that we've been seeking funding for the various parks projects, and thanks to Friends of the Rappahannock and the Rappahannock River Roundtable, we were awarded a NIFWIF Small Watershed Grant of up to $100,000 for cost of living shoreline implementation at Westland Beach. and DEQ BMP implementation money from the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act of up to $350,000 for living shoreline implementation at Westland Beach, Carter Cove, and it could include Taylor Creek, and it likely will because Taylor Creek's kind of moved ahead of Carter Cove. And then the county reapplied to the Department of Conservation and Recreation's Community Flood Preparedness Fund for Westland Beach, for Resilience Project at Westland Beach, in the amount of, asking for the amount of $1,623,383. And we should hear back on that later this year, probably in the summer.
No, you said that was a reapplication?
That was a reapplication. We weren't funded last time.
Did we get feedback last time? And
We did, and we applied the feedback, and many thanks to Ms. Hall for putting that reapplication together.
Thank you.
Some other funding for Irvington, some money from Rappahannock Roundtable for tree plantings at Irvington Town Commons, and then there's up to $84,000 for living shoreline projects. These are for private property projects. And an additional $375,000 for private property shoreline projects from the Friends of the Rappahannock.
can you go back real quickly?
Yes, sir.
Did the town of Irvington apply for that grant?
No, the Rappahannock River Roundtable applied on their behalf to do tree plantings.
What kind of how many trees are they planting for $50,000? That seems like a lot of trees on
Yeah.
a small plot of land.
I have no idea.
Is that all that grant can be used for?
It's all for urban tree canopy planting. It could be used in other places in the town, for tree canopy.
I would like to know what.
Does that
a little bit more
include
detail about
landscaping
that.
as well? Is that part of it?
Typically, these tree planting projects are just planting of saplings.
Okay.
And then again,
$20,000 a tree?
and then again, there's additional monies available for private property projects, for living shoreline projects. And then a quick update on the Triway Trail, looking to complete the Harris Road connector in early April, and looking for, we're getting ready to put out an RFP for engineering consultants for Phase 1B. That's Hills Quarter to Compass. And we're exploring as a group funding pathways for the future phases, and acquisition of land along Irvington Road is being sought out to connect Kilmarnock to the Harris Road connector via the hospital property and the YMCA. And then the planning and funding committees are active right now, looking to accelerate progress on the trail. We're hoping to have portions of the trail open this summer, and we're even expecting a visit in the fall from the Potomac Heritage Trail organization to do a tour of the trail.
John, what is the $900,000 grant that we got from the federal government going toward in this project? Has that been expended yet, or?
No, it has not. Yeah, and
Have
we're still waiting.
Have we received those funds, or how does it work?
It goes through VDOT, and
We have not gotten confirmation that it is firmly in VDOT's hands, and I have asked from the VDOT side and from Senator Warner's staff what the status of that is, and I have not received a response. And that concludes my parks update.
All right. Any questions, comments, gentlemen?
So why does that funding go through VDOT?
That's money, that's funding that comes through Federal Highway, and it comes down through VDOT.
Thank you, sir. All right, Lancaster 2035 strategic plan update, Mr. Shakata.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's good to see everyone. And yes, so a year ago, January, you, the Board of Supervisors, approved the Lancaster 2035 plan. And so we're a little bit more than a year into the adopted plan, and we're here to give you an update on the presentation. John is going to be assisting me with it, and he'll chime in whenever he wants. But next slide, John. So for the sake of the group that's behind me, and this may be new to some people, so we thought we'd start with what CBRAC is. CBRAC was a appointed committee by the Lancaster Board of Supervisors called the Citizens Business Relations Advisory Committee. And the committee was formed out of the 2015 strategic plan for the county. And the idea behind the plan was to analyze the Lancaster County economic climate and explore strategies and actions to improve the county economic future and to make recommendations to county leadership. In addition to that, we were charged with the responsibility of creating the long-range strategic plan for the county, which we call Lancaster 2035. And there's actually a link to it on the county website. So if we can go on, John. So there was a vision behind Lancaster 2035, and that vision played out as the ideal is what we saw, what we wanted to see 10 years from now, or back then, 15 years from now, because we started over 5 years ago. And this to be known as an economically successful rural region, known for its natural and cultural heritage, which John was just talking about, quality of life through nature-based recreation and cultural amenities. Want to continue on focus on family values, safe and affordable living venues for everyone in the county. We want to foster a business-friendly environment with job creation and competitive wages, have a vibrant school system and workforce development opportunities outside of the school system, and then to really leverage the abundant volunteerism that we have in the county. Early in our work, as we were looking at the county demographics, we came across and this is not in the presentation, we came into a startling fact. And the period between 2000 and 2010, the county lost about 670 workers in the age group, and the working age group between 20 and 60. Then the trend continued from 2010 to 2020, where we lost over another 700 workers. Actually, that was through 2021. And so with the static population of somewhere around 10,800 people, we have over, just in the last 10 years, over 700 people in that age group. And companion with that, about 175 less children. And so that's our workforce. And so it's really impacted us already with hours that businesses are able to be open, additional pressures as the county ages out and we still get older folks in on our beautiful waterfront properties, more pressure on our budgets for emergency services, on the county hospitals, the medical system. So it all has a cumulative effect. And so the recommendation that was adopted a year ago, and this was the main initiative, is to increase the working age population of the county by 20% by the year 2035. Now, that's not a tremendous amount of people, because when you look at that math, I've had people tell me over the years that, hey man, how many people, you're going to have mass expansion, you're going to lose the rural nature of the county. We're talking about 1,000 people. And if you look back through the county's history, and Don could tell you this, at one point in time we had over 12,000 people living in the county. And we're down to about 10,800 today. So we just want to get back what we've lost and have a more vibrant workforce. And in order to do that, we created 6 strategies. And we're planning on just updating you on the 6 strategies this evening. So the 6 strategies will continue to focus on broadband access to all households. And later on, we could even eliminate that slide, because the only action we want there now, since we have a broadband commission, is to make sure that we have affordability in broadband for everyone, right? We want to create a business-friendly environment. And the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those are our strategic priorities for this year, okay? And those where John is going to be spending a lot of his time, and the committee is going to be spending a lot of their time. Go back, John. Education and workforce development is a very, very big issue. And this housing issue is really one of the biggest issues that we're dealing with in the county today. There is a national crisis with housing, and it's extremely competitive. And with inflation the way it's been the last several years, housing has become unaffordable even for someone making $50,000 to $60,000 a year. You know, on a $50,000 a year salary, which is basically the entry salary of a school teacher, basically you can afford about $1,000 a month for housing. And you can't find anything around here for that. And with the lack of availability of housing, all the other strategies tend to lag behind, because we can try to bring in workers from the outside, but where are they going to live? School system has the same problem every year as they bring in new teachers. Where are they going to live? And so of the 6 strategies, housing availability and workforce housing, affordable housing for everyone, is taking one of the highest priorities that we have. Okay. So the first objective was to attract and to grow new businesses, creating a business-friendly environment. And our goals that were stipulated in the plan are just sort of highlighted there. Initiate a program that Lancaster is open for business, and to create a website that someone trying to open a new business can go to, that gives all the information and resources for businesses that are available. We want to create a business resource center for local entrepreneurs. We want to foster intergovernmental relationships with our businesses. And we want to support the housing for public sector employees, which may be stipends in order to attract and retain teachers and public service workers in the county. So actions to date, we're developing a communication strategy, and hiring a marketing and content manager for the website, and that falls into the next one, building a comprehensive economic development website, and create strategic partnerships between the different agencies that we have inside the county and outside the county, having the EDA more vibrant within the county, and having the Chamber of Commerce and the business associations interacting more directly with them. In attracting business-friendly environment, we want to look at higher paid skilled labor and work-from-home jobs. And one of the areas that has been of great concern is, I think everyone in this room would know, if you want to go hire a plumber, electrician, a carpenter, it takes a while, and there's hardly any availability. And so we were looking at the idea of post-high school graduate trade schools, and partnering with the community college and delivering more programs that way. We want to promote workforce training, and there's a bullet there, develop a Lead Northern Neck for younger residents. Lead Northern Neck was a program for business people in the community that met for over 9 months through Rappahannock Community College to learn about the counties, the municipal, the governmental systems, the jail systems, the economic systems, the housing, race relations. It was a whole plethora of things that we were doing, trying to get that down a little bit further. But on the business-friendly environment, this objective 3 is extremely important, and that's using our EDA in a much more effective manner. And we have been coordinating with the EDA to develop its progress. We've overhauled the small business grant program. We want to create a micro enterprise revolving loan fund. We want to create a mentoring place that we can mentor new businesses with some of the retired individuals we have in the county that have a lot of skills in running businesses. And the last item there is our enterprise zones, where it says E-zone, to modify our enterprise zones and develop complementary incentive packages to leverage what the state is already giving us. And that enterprise zones were approved for another 5 years, and now we're trying to relocate where they are to be effective to where the county's designated growth areas are. I think I've touched on that.
That's right. And to complement what our school system is doing in its strategic plan, trying to create workforce development opportunities for our adult workforce age population. And so really, one of the goals is to create a trade school for post-high school career certification. So one of the actions we're taking is to convene a local workforce development stakeholder group to collaborate with regional and state providers, and create strategic partnerships with the chamber and business associations to fulfill their workforce development needs of their membership, and to analyze local and regional business climate to engage industries and businesses to create career mobility and higher salaries.
Right. Thank you, John. The next one is one that's dear to all of us right now. How do we implement affecting housing strategies in the communities? We've had some builders come in, like Ryan Homes and Statesman, and their price points now are beyond the target area that we need. I think over in Hills Quarter, it's over $500,000.
That's right.
And I think Grace Hill is somewhere north of 350, 375. We need lower price points to make it affordable for our workforce.
Yeah.
And so, John, you want to talk about some of those actions?
Yeah, that's right. So what we're looking to do this year is partner with Virginia Housing and Beijing to conduct a comprehensive housing needs assessment to understand what are the housing needs that we have, what do we have existing, how many rental properties, how many owned properties, owner-occupied properties, and what are the price points based on the updated demographic data that CBRAC is going to do. What are the price points that are affordable to our workforce population? And then explore development scenarios and conduct other pre-development activities to streamline projects to reduce development costs, and particularly looking at the county-owned properties. And so I've been participating in the Community Investment Collaborative, exploring housing affordability approaches in other communities across states. And we need to explore utilizing the EDA, tax credits, capital stacking, all kinds of mechanisms that have been proven successful elsewhere, and replicating those in our community. So housing is probably the linchpin of all of these strategies, and it's also the heaviest lift. It's going to take a multifaceted approach. It's going to take innovation, but luckily we have regional and state partners that are willing to help us, and we have examples where it's been successful elsewhere. So it's just a matter of doing.
Right, and it's highly competitive, because whatever we're doing here, you can bet that it's being done virtually in every county and major city in America today. Yeah. And so we have stiff competition for the workforce. Yeah. And so we're trying to create the 6 strategies that we're talking about are designed to make things attractive for younger folks coming in. And to that regard, we had multiple focus groups 4 or 5 years ago. We're renewing those focus groups again. We just had one just last week. We're planning on 2 or 3 more. John also mentioned demographic data, and I'd like to be back in front of you in a few months when we've updated our demographic data, which is a little bit, it's about 3 years old right now, to look at the age trends within the county and some of the demographics that drove us to the initiative in the first place. We know we've had some success in some of the age groups and some of the entrepreneurial folks in the 30 to 39 age group that have come in, and we're talking with them. Earlier than that, some of our, during COVID, the population of the county really expanded for a while, and we interviewed several folks there. What do you like about the county? What do you don't like about it? What would it take to keep you here? And we're asking those types of questions.
Yeah.
And obviously, things have sort of migrated back since COVID to the way they were prior to COVID.
Yeah, and just keeping the lines of communication with the public open
Yeah.
and having it be a two-way street and receiving input and feedback from them. These 3 strategies that we're focused on this year, that the EDA and the CBRAC is focused on, are kind of the linchpins, and we can see some immediate returns on our time, investment of time. So,
Right.
thank you, Paul.
Yeah, just this last one
Yeah.
on public communication. Okay, we've talked about recreation. Recreation was a big part of the 2035 plan, and John talked about one aspect of that. But the folks in the focus group said, hey, we want a really vibrant soccer league for our kids, which we don't have. We don't have youth football anymore. Years ago, when I moved into the county 30 years ago, we had adult softball. We had adult basketball leagues. We don't have any of that, and folks are asking for that. Now they're asking for pickleball courts. They're asking for tennis courts. And those type of amenities, along with what we've talked about regarding a waterfront, are what's going to be able to attract and retain some of the age group that we're targeting. Okay. Lastly, I want to talk about public communication. The last focus group we had was mainly 20 to 40-year-olds, and our group has been giving reports and been throughout the community for over 5 years now, talking in different venues, talking to the various town councils, other groups who attend the different clubs and associations. And of the folks that were in the last communications, the last focus group just 2 weeks ago, no one had heard anything about anything we've talked about. So public communication, and we've been on the radio, we've been in the Rappahannock Record, we have a presence online. We've got to find better, and we've actually sent out mailings. Don had a mailing go out to every household in the county about our work. We've got to be more effective in communications, and we really talk to the focus group. How do we communicate with your age group so that you know what's going on, you know that things exist? And we really want to focus on that this year, is how do we communicate better? A lot of it is digitally, but even with the digital footprint that we have is not reaching the target audiences. So we've really got to figure that out, and we're still working on that piece. We may need some consulting help to be able to get to the age groups and to the public at large in what we're trying to do. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Paul, I think that Ties In has given us a great model for employment housing and what they do there. And that is a good start for us. I'm sure you've already looked into that as well. But I like what they're doing, and it's working.
Yeah. Private sector, that would work real well. And, when you look at it from the public standpoint, that's a huge capital investment that the community would have to make in order to put in some housing like that. So my feeling is maybe we can find the solution that's both public and private.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you, Bill. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Bateman, you finished?
Yes, sir. Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
All right, proposed centerfire rifle hunting. Is it Dana?
Dana Greenlee.
Dana Greenlee. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you, and mostly I appreciate the supporters that are in the back of the room supporting this cause. I first want to say my specialty is actually workforce development, so it's interesting to hear what you're doing with Lancaster County school system. I may have to refocus my energy because 6 weeks of emails and phone calls to RPS and not one return phone call when I have scholarships to give away to their students. I may refocus my energy. So thanks for, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but, okay, appreciate it. Okay, so my presentation today is to cover centerfire rifle for deer hunting in Lancaster County and eliminating one of the amendments, number 6, which is currently on the DNR record for coyote hunting, which I'll get into it in just a second. If we could go to the next slide, please. So one of the things I did when putting this presentation together was I wanted to not focus on the act of hunting, but the act of safety in hunting, which is most important. And I'm sure all of you have questions about that. So I have also, and Mr. Gill, last week when I sent you my presentation, I have since received a nationally acclaimed report that was actually done by the Legislative Budget and Finance Committee for Pennsylvania General Assembly. Do muzzleloaders and shotguns pose less risk than centerfire rifles hunting deer in Pennsylvania? That took up a whole page, so I didn't write that. That was the actual report. And it was a 7-year study that was done, and it's 76 pages, so very comprehensive. It was done by a third party. Okay, so the purpose of this request is to sign into law the use of centerfire cartridges for deer hunting starting with the 2025 season. My understanding is the approval has to come from here, and then DNR would take that approval. It would get signed into the hunting regulations for the next season, and we would be good off and running. The surrounding counties have implemented centerfire rifle. I'll show you that in the next slide. The use of an elevated stand would be recommended to eliminate unwanted bullet travel, which I think makes common sense. Since the majority of hunting accidents are caused of improper tree stands, and I know this for a fact because I myself have come out of a tree stand twice. It's not fun. When you get above that 10-foot level, and you can see in the definition of a hunting accident, 10 to 30 feet, above 10 feet is when it typically becomes a very serious injury or death, very crippling. So as 2 other counties here in the Northern Neck have adopted, which was 8 feet above ground level, I think is a little bit ambiguous because there's no definition of 8 feet. Where does that 8 feet come from? Okay, from the ground level, but to what? So my definition of 8 feet may be different than a DNR officer's definition of 8 feet, and you potentially could break the law. So I've written into the verbiage that I would like to see us adopt a definition of what 8 feet is. We'll get to that in just a second. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back one slide? So I think what's really interesting to note is that hunting, while we all think we have a weapon that we're using and it's very dangerous, the only sport that is safer than hunting is billiards. Just putting that out there. Okay, gun hunting accidents statistically, and this was the last report that was done in 2018, was 0.1 per 100,000 people, okay? Something to note, when we talk about gun accidents, we've already proven the point that the majority of accidents occur from tree stands, right? The last slide proved that. And all this, by the way, is sourced, and I had sent this to Mr. Gill last week. You know, the majority of the accidents do not happen with the gun. The majority of the accidents happen because you're out enjoying the nature. You stepped out of your truck and you twisted your ankle. That is captured. That is a gun, that is an incident, okay? An injury incident while hunting. Had nothing to do with the gun, right? I mean, who cares? You could have been out doing anything, but it gets tallied as an incident. So it's a little ambiguous in how these numbers are actually derived. So I tried to drill down a little bit deeper into that. Next slide, please. One of the questions that comes up is bullet travel. So I did some simple ballistics here on the different types of calibers. 22 long rifle, which I don't know who here hunts or who knows what about guns. I personally I'm 64 years old. I've been hunting my whole life. I'm former Marine Corps. I have a lot of training in weaponry, and I understand them very, very well. So, am I an expert? No, but I can hold my own. 22s, 22 long rifle. The travel distance on that is 1.13 miles. There are other 22s, by the way, that will travel further. I just rounded out a standard 22. So one of the commonly used guns for squirrel hunting is a 22 long rifle. Where do squirrels live? Up in a tree, right? So you're out there with a 22 and you're shooting up in the air with a 22 long rifle. Happens thousands of times per season. It is what it is. That's normal. I'm not saying it's right, but the hunter needs to know where that round is going to start and stop. That's very critical in the ethical part of being a hunter. So I've gone to the other rounds that are typically used. So one of the arguments is it's called a straight wall cartridge, and some counties around the country have said we're going to use straight wall cartridges because they're less traveled, they're less effective, they don't have the range. They don't have the accuracy range, but they have the bullet travel range. So I said, in this, some believe that straight wall cartridges are safer, but the reality is similar however, the effective range of the bullet is significantly less due to the coefficient and bullet weight. So the coefficient is how efficient is that bullet going through the air. The bullet weight, of course, is the grain. So gravity takes over at some point, it will drop out of the air. That distance, and this was calculated on a 45-degree angle, which is the optimum range to get the maximum distance, really isn't that much different. So the 350 Legend, which is a straight wall, is 1.85 miles. That's a pretty long way. A 308, which is what I use, it will hopefully be my deer hunting center fire of choice. It's also my elk gun. So it will travel 1.99 miles. So a little bit further, but not that much. The 50 BP, that is a 50 caliber black powder, commonly used because in this county, you have three choices: archery, black powder, or shotgun. Those are your three choices. Black powder, a lot of people think, oh, that's a 50-yard gun and that's it. Not true. The 50 BP is accurate to 300 yards. I have a gun that will do that, and I've shot deer to 300 yards. And the travel minimally is 1.13 miles. So it also travels out there a long way. A little bit shorter, yes, than a 308 or a 350 straight wall, but still the ballistics are pretty high on it, okay? That you can fire, by the way, in the county at ground level. You do not have to be in an elevated stand. Okay, next slide, please. So if you really follow the charts, you can kind of, get a feel for what these distances are from each individual one. Next slide, please. There's really little advantage to a straight wall cartridge, and it's really just a common misconception. So if that's a thought you have, it really doesn't hold water. The ballistics prove it. It's not really that much different. All right, next slide, please. So these are the surrounding counties that make up the northern neck. So we have King George, Richmond, Northumberland, Westmoreland, and Lancaster. 4 of the 5 have already gone to centerfire cartridge rifles for deer season. There are different restrictions for the height of the stand. All the counties agree you should be in a stand. I agree with that because the bullet trajectory is in a downward motion. A very high-powered gun at moving at a high velocity will disintegrate, or it will ball up and lose energy immediately. So shot on a trajectory downward is the safest way. I think we probably all would agree that shooting into the dirt is much safer than shooting in the air, right? So I am proposing the same thing. Two of them also, so I just found out Northumberland actually went with a 8-foot stand as well. So 3 of them are 8-foot stands, 1 is 10 foot. I am proposing 8 foot. And that purpose is to stand at that 10-foot line, which increases the possibility of safety to the hunter. The possibility of death and maiming is much higher 10 foot and above, and you saw that in one of the first slides. So currently in Lancaster, really from a restriction standpoint, no centerfire cartridges. It's archery, it's muzzleloader, and it is shotgun. Varmint restrictions. So Article number 6 says centerfire allowed for groundhogs. Coyote, 22 rimfire or smaller. So let's put this in perspective. That means I can go out, and if there is a coyote running around, and we are seeing more and more and more coyotes, we've had them directly across the street from us, and I have a little 15-pound rat terrier. And God help him if I see him get my little rat terrier. It's going to be a world of hurt. So what it says is 22 rimfire is the biggest thing that I can use for a coyote. Now, if I want to go out and use a howitzer to shoot a groundhog, that's legal. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's a very odd scenario in my opinion. I don't see why you can shoot a groundhog with a cannon, but you can't shoot a coyote with anything bigger than a 22. Doesn't make sense to me. Food for thought. So I would like to see that amended. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so these are the 2 adoptions I'd like to make, and I'll read it word for word. Rifles and pistols, .23 caliber. Why do I say .23 caliber? That eliminates the possibility of using a 5.56 by 45 or 2.23 in an AR platform style for deer hunting, okay? That's why I say .23. So it eliminates that, right? It can't be used. A maximum capacity of 5 rounds, okay? Now, I own ARs, but I can tell you a magazine, you can't get a 5-round magazine in an AR. It's too small. You can buy stops that will stop it, which makes it legal for like California, but you cannot use it for something other than, other than just a hunting scenario, but the .23 covers that. Or 6 rounds capacity for pistols may be used to hunt deer during the firearms deer season, provided the hunter is in an elevated stand to be 8 feet above the ground level to the center line of the rifle barrel. So this is where I'm actually pointing out, getting rid of the ambiguity of what is 8 feet, okay? We know now. And the reason I did this was because a DNR officer may have a different opinion of what 8 feet is, okay? Your idea of 8 feet might be to the top of the stand. His idea of 8 feet might be to the bottom of the stand. There was no definition, clear definition written. This gives a clear definition, and everyone is on notice that it's 8 feet from the ground to the center line of your shooting rest, okay? Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, or is that getting too much into the weeds? I don't think so. Okay. All right, the rifle may have a round in its chamber only when it is on the elevated stand. So what that means is you cannot climb that stand with your weapon loaded. You have to carry your rounds with you, get up in the stand, load your weapon, keep it on safe, then you're ready to go. Except such weapon may be discharged on the ground when necessary to dispatch a deer wounded from an elevated platform. So you shoot a deer, you track it, you find it in the woods, you have to dispatch it. You can't climb a stand, you're in the woods, right? So at that point, it is legal to take one shot, dispatch the deer ethically, and you're done. I would like to discontinue ordinance number 6, which states as follows: no rifles larger than 22 for hunting, except groundhogs outside of the regular hunting season. I'm doing that for 2 reasons. That has to come out if the board sees that it is viable to introduce centerfire rifle to the county. If you do that, number 6 no longer exists, because you can't have both. It has to be one or the other. So I would ask that that be taken out, no matter what the outcome is, because the reality is it just doesn't make sense. Somehow it got put in there, and I don't think the understanding was what it actually meant. So that is, I think that is the last slide. Yes, that is the last slide. I live in Granville Bay Road here in Lancaster. I'm open to any questions. I'm really curious as to if there are any safety concerns, any questions about the presentation. Does it make sense to you? I'd like to poll each one of you, and I'd like to see if we can move forward with a yay vote.
We won't be voting tonight.
I have to ask. I'm a salesman, okay? I got to ask.
Okay. Gentlemen, you have any questions?
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Comments?
I wanted you to go back to that slide you were talking about groundhogs and.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying in Lancaster County now currently, you can hunt groundhogs any time of the year with whatever weapon you want?
Yes, sir.
But coyotes, you could only use a .22?
At any time of the year. You can never use anything bigger than, in a
doesn't make
rifle.
any
In a
sense.
rifle, you can shoot them with a shotgun or a muzzleloader, but you cannot use a centerfire rifle.
Don, I would assume that it's because of the harm that they do to farmland. Is that right, the groundhogs?
But yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I would suspect that's why that was written, because you can't sneak up on groundhogs,
You-
quite
you
frankly.
shoot
Now,
them at a
I don't know if
distance.
any of you hunt coyotes. I do, and it is hard to sneak up on them, too. Typically, you're going to have a couple 100-yard shot.
The only other thing I could see is that groundhogs have been around for a long time as a problem, and coyotes are more of a recent problem, so maybe that joined the list later on, because to me, that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, groundhogs have been a problem on ag land, forever
Forever, yeah.
around here.
Yeah, I think the problem has always existed, and it's not the species that's the problem, it's the solution to get rid of the species is wrong. Yes, sir?
So the purpose of this proposal, is it so that you can shoot a deer from a longer distance, from being away from it? I mean, what brought this to us or to the rest of the county?
That's a great question. I grew up in Pennsylvania, so sorry about that. I've been down here a long time, though. But in Pennsylvania, we used rifles for long-distance shooting. The equipment has come a long way. So muzzle loaders traditionally were like 50, 75 yards. That was pretty far. I said I can go 300 yards with mine, and that's true. They have come a long way, but they're very expensive now to get out past that. So, a lot of the fields down here are quite large. The area that we hunt is very large. We can easily get a 700, 800-yard shot. I was elk hunting in October, and it was not uncommon to have a 600-yard shot for an elk across the mountain. So very normal to have long-distance shots for big game. The responsibility, though, is of the hunter to make sure you know where that round starts and where it stops. That's the important part of this. Does that answer your question?
Well,
It's ethical.
It does, because it's distance, it's really distance, so you can reach that game further out.
You can, but the other point is it's very ethical. So if you think of shotgun hunting, and I don't want to get graphic here, but there's 9 pellets in triple-aught butt shot, okay? And as it gets out there, it goes like this. You have no idea where each one of those 9 pellets are going. With a rifle, you have 1 projectile, 1 point of aim, and it's very, very, very ethical. I think we have I personally have seen deer hit. I'm not advocating against shotgun hunting. We're all under scrutiny, so I'm not advocating against my brothers that like to do that. It's not for me. I prefer stand hunting, and I'm Marine Corps. It's 1 shot, 1 kill. That's what I believe in. So, long-range hunting with a centerfire rifle is very ethical. It's very quick for the deer, and you don't lose game. You shoot them, and the right thing is done. They're dispatched quickly. That make sense? Any further?
Questions, comments, gentlemen?
Dana, most of my friends hunt, and I've talked to them about this, and I knew you were coming up this month, but they didn't get overly excited about it.
They're probably dog hunters.
They didn't, I mean, it didn't faze them. They're
Yeah.
gonna continue to hunt the
Yeah.
way they hunt, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. They
Yeah.
didn't really care.
Well, most likely, if they hunt with dogs and shotguns, and if you go back and ask them, you will probably find 95% of them
Most do.
will be in a, I'm
Most
sorry?
do, but I do have a lot that tree stand hunt as well.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're not more excited about it. Personally, if you have big open land, it's very exciting.
And before you, in fact, when we presented the award to Marlon, her husband is a lifelong hunter, and before the meeting started, he shared that he was against us doing something like this. And
Okay.
he has a hunt club, so I guess I would like to ask more questions to the local hunters.
I'm curious, so he's in a hunt club. I only know of one hunt club around here that does not run dogs, and that's ours.
No, he runs
No,
dogs.
he runs dogs.
He owns dogs. Yeah.
What's that?
He owns dogs. He runs dogs.
Oh, yeah, so I'm sure he's against it. Most of them are. And I'm not against them. That's great. They do their thing. That's fantastic. We have our own property that we hunt. Rules and regulations on our property, in fact, our president is right there. We are not allowed to run dogs. We discourage dogs on, now you can't keep them off, obviously. They're dogs and they're going to chase the deer, but everything that we do is stand hunting, and we do nothing else but, muzzleloader or archery at this time, but we'd love to change that.
So what you're really presenting and would like to see is benefiting the hunters that hunt out of stands, and you're not opposed to the ones that run dogs continue doing what they're doing.
No, I'm not opposed to it, yeah. I mean, hunters are under attack everywhere. People think it's not good, so I am not going to attack my brothers who hunt dogs. That's fine, they do it. It's not for me. That's all.
Any other questions, comments, gentlemen? Mr. Greenlee, you made a statement at the very beginning. And I want to hear you say that again, make sure I hear what I said. Did you say you tried to contact the school system to offer some?
Yes, Director of Programs for RPS. I've put, I think, 13 phone calls into her.
RPS?
Richmond Public School System.
Richmond?
Richmond Public Schools, not Richmond County, Richmond.
Oh, okay.
The city of Richmond.
I thought you were talking
And I have been
about-
ignored.
I thought
So
you were talking about-
that's a sidebar conversation I'd love to have with you. That I can talk to you about, but this one is what I'm working on right
I
now.
think our chairman was ready to discipline someone in the school system.
So you heard one thing I said, is that right?
I heard it all. That got my attention right on.
Well, I hope my presentation was insightful. I hope,
Yes.
Very informative.
Okay, I hope it cleared up any concerns you may have. As I mentioned, I do have this study. It's a 76-page study. It was done, so a couple of statistics here. It was done over a 7-year period. They tracked 3.125 million deer taken. There were 446,000 taken per year, and the assumption was 4 shots per deer. I don't know why they did that, but that's what they did. So that was 12.5 million rounds shot. With that many rounds, there were 359 incidents, twisted ankles, an accidental discharge that went through somebody's mailbox, a number of things. There was not one gun death out of this report. It was all incidents of different things. So that means there was one occurrence for every 34,818 rounds fired with rifles. I mean, it's safer than playing pool. This isn't, I know the concern is it's a high-powered rifle, and I get it. If you're not knowledgeable about that type of hunting, it can be very daunting. But I stand by the fact that it is the hunter's responsibility to know where he fires, where that round is going to stop. And I would argue that 99.9% of the hunters out here are ethical, and they will do what's right. So with that.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
hunt clubs and so on, people coming into our area or northern next zone to hunt. You see many coming from the larger cities?
No, no, because the hunt clubs here are very concentrated, and they've been there a long time. Our club is probably one of the newest. What, Bobby? 8 years? Oh, is it really? Wow. I was thinking like 3, but time flies. So yeah, I do see people who would love to get here and be able to get into a club, but it's difficult. I mean, a lot of the big clubs have a lot of the land, already assigned to them. Public land is not very, heavily attended here. What we are on is private land. So sure, there's always people who would love to get here and do this, but it's hard to get into, it's hard to get in that club to be able to do something with it. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? Okay, well, I want to thank you, and just one last question. When do you think there will be an answer?
Well, I was just getting ready to add that the proper procedure requires a public hearing, the Board of Supervisors to hold a public hearing to amend an ordinance. So the board would have to direct staff to schedule a public hearing to amend their ordinance to this effect. So I don't know if the board is ready tonight to direct staff that way, or if they want to think about the presentation tonight and, give it a little thought, or that's
I
a
would
big.
like to give it a little bit more thought myself before we go to the public hearing.
Yeah, I think the rest of us are ready for that too.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What's the process when it goes to public hearing? Would it be beneficial to have me, or we have other people as well that are more advocates, I shouldn't say advocates of safety, probably more knowledgeable of the safety from other areas of the country, especially in urban areas? Like this Philadelphia report was done in urban Philadelphia. So high-powered rifle, by the way, is legal in urban Philadelphia. I mean, so I'm bringing that up because, we talk about, okay, Lancaster County. Well, Lancaster County, is mostly woods. It really is. By hearing that population decline from 12,000 to 10,000, obviously there's significant land masses that are open. You go to Philadelphia, and that covers 1 block. So putting that into perspective, and there has been no discernible difference between center fire or other weapons used for deer season, I think it proves the point.
As I said before, to amend the ordinance, it would require a public hearing. The board would schedule that, direct staff to schedule that, and then anyone could speak during that public hearing time, and the board, would make a decision after that public hearing has been closed.
Okay.
So I guess where we're at now is the board has stated that they'd like to take a little bit of time to digest your presentation, and then at some point in time in the future, they'll direct staff one way or the other.
Okay. How will I know when that public hearing is held? Will I be notified, or do I need to just track it down?
I can
I would
notify
appreciate it very much, because I do travel for work, and it would be nice to be able to plan.
I know, when I talked to you the other day, you were in Atlanta.
I was, yeah. You know what I was doing? Future workforce development with the Atlantic school system.
Well, that's great.
Atlanta school system.
Would you mind if I said a word or two?
Absolutely, please.
My name's Timothy Tate. I'm now a Lancaster County resident. I just moved here in November. But I was instrumental in getting the ordinance changed in Northumberland County for rifles. And I presented all the information to the Board of Supervisors up there. And my background is I am the hunter education instructor for the Northern Neck. I've been here for 20 years. I'm a master instructor. I deal with all, in fact, probably everyone who ever had their hunting license issued with it. They were my students. So I'm very versed in all that information. We work with, as part of that, we work with all the hunting incidents and all that information. I've testified in several court cases here in the Northern Neck about hunting incidents, so I'm very versed in all that. I am also representative of the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries on many instances with that. So if the Board of Supervisors has any questions or would like what would be considered an expert on this, I would be very happy to
talk with you and provide you any other information as I did for Northumberland's board.
As far as hunter education classes, do you still go into the schools? As far as hunter education classes, do you still go into the schools?
Yes, I did all my Northern Neck work through Northumberland schools, and we had a little issue with the schools not, we actually have the students handle firearms. They got a little nervous about that in the schools, so we moved it to the sheriff's office, and that's where we did most of our
How do you do the training for Lancaster students?
We did them through issuing public notices of classes being held and where they were held, and we had students attend there. I've since retired 2 or 3 years ago as involved with it because they have gone to almost all online classes. And I actually did not support that.
Yeah.
And I was.
Need some hands-on and face-to-face, yeah.
Of someone being certified safe in hunter education, handling firearms and stuff, without being physically present and having them have that information and see them physically handle the firearms.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions? Thanks, Tim.
All right, thank you very much.
I had met you before.
Yeah, I know.
Appreciate it. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, let's go to public hearing. Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, your first public hearing deals with a bond issuance, and I know earlier tonight I met Ms. Brittany Simmons of the law firm of Dinsmore and Shoal, who is much more familiar with this action than I am, so I'd like to turn it over to her and have her explain this to you all.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brittany Simmons. I'm with the firm Dinsmore and Shoal, and we are serving as bond counsel for this transaction. Just going over the overview of the transaction itself, Bond Secures Mercy Health is a 501c3 nonprofit health system with facilities in the Richmond market and the Hampton Roads market, including Rappahannock General Hospital here in Lancaster County. In accordance with our board-approved plan of finance, Bond Secures has asked the Economic Development Authority of the County of Henrico to issue revenue bonds, the proceeds of which will be used to refund some prior outstanding debt, reimburse themselves for prior capital expenditures, and fund the cost of other planned capital projects at their healthcare facilities in Virginia. This public hearing this evening is being held pursuant to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code, which requires that in order to obtain tax-exempt status for qualified 501c3 bonds, we must first hold a hearing called a TEFRA hearing 7 days after public notice is published in the paper. Notice of this public hearing was published on February 20th in the Rappahannock Record. Under federal law, in order to obtain tax-exempt status of these bonds, we will need to get the approval of the Board of Supervisors as the applicable elected representatives of Lancaster County. Under state law, we will also need a concurring resolution authorizing the Henrico County Economic Development Authority to issue the revenue bonds, with a portion of the proceeds to be spent locally at Rappahannock General. At this time, the portion of the bonds allocated to Rappahannock General is estimated to not exceed $10 million and includes capital projects going back 3 years and going forward 2 years. We hope to have all local approvals in by the end of March, and then bonds will be offered and sold in a public offering in April and closing in May. RBC and JP Morgan are serving as the underwriters for this transaction. There may also be a portion of the bonds directly purchased by one or more commercial banks. I want to note this, and I can't reiterate this enough, that as conduit revenue bonds, the debt service on the bonds is secured only by the funds and revenues of Bond Secures and will not constitute debt or general obligations of any political subdivisions, including the County of Lancaster or the Board of Supervisors of Lancaster County. I'm happy to take any questions or public comments. Have Kelly Winstead here with me of Bond Secures Rappahannock General Hospital. She can take questions on the capital projects if you have any.
All right, gentlemen, you have any questions, comments?
Just one, does our EDA receive any money from these funds?
No,
And
no,
fees
not
or
the-
anything?
Not this, no.
And we're not responsible if we approve this for any.
The Lancaster EDA has no liability either.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions? All right. thank you. We may ask you to come back after we open up, close the public hearing for this.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You've heard what, what has been said. Public hearing is now open for your comments. Any comments? Any comments online? No, sir. Public hearing is now closed. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I move that we adopt the resolution and authorize the county administrator to execute it.
All right. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Nay. Motion passed unanimously. Okay, the next one.
Mr. Chairman, your second public hearing deals with a proposed abandonment at the end of Windmill Point Road to accommodate the ongoing Westland Beach at Windmill Point project. It's 295 feet at the very end of Windmill Point Road. It involves creating a new end-of-state maintenance, which will now be pretty much where the entrance to the existing marina is. The portion of the road that will be abandoned will become a private road. It will still serve as the entrance for the landing owners who live in the condos that are accessed by British Landing Drive. So to keep this project running smoothly, I would ask that the board adopt the attached resolution.
All right. Any questions before I open the floor up for public comment? All right. The floor is now open for public comment. Any comments? Any online? No, sir. All right. Public hearing on this matter is closed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this road abandonment at Windmill Point Road.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously. All right, next one. Mrs. Pruitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first application for special exception is from Nicholas Luca and Patrick Luca to operate an unhosted short-term rental as required by Article 29 of the zoning ordinance. The property is zoned R1 Residential General and is located at 921 Blueberry Point Road, Whitestone, Virginia, tax map number 34-28E in District 5. The septic permit allows for 600 gallons per day, which translates into a 4-bedroom house. And under the ordinance, the property is allowed 8 adults plus minor children. The applicant has provided an adequate parking plan, evidence of insurance, and a certificate of occupancy. The applicant is exempt from the annual registry as they are represented by local realtor Amber Walker, who also manages the property. The property is current on their transient occupancy taxes, and staff recommends approval to be contingent upon the applicant's continued compliance with Article 29 of the zoning ordinance.
All right, is the applicant here?
I think so, yes.
Okay, would you like to say something before opening it up to the public?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, you've heard what's been presented. I'm now opening the floor up for public comments. Okay, come on up, sir. State your name, where you're from, what district you represent, rather.
Hi, good evening. My name is Drew Owen. We live adjacent to 921 Blueberry Point Road. We received the notification that this hearing was going to take place, and were asked by several people in the community, as well as our own interest, to speak on our experience with the Airbnb. Let me begin by saying that I strongly support Airbnb. I support the concept and ability for people to monetize their private possessions, their property, as long as it's done so without impact or detriment to those in the community. Regrettably, our experience with this Airbnb, and it's not a statement against the owners, it's a statement against the process by which it's been rented, but our experience has been extremely negative. We've been in our current property for over 30 years. What's happened is this is a 3,200 square foot house. It was sold as a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, I believe. Considerable renovations were undertaken on the house. which then, it worked its way onto the Airbnb market as a 5-bedroom house. As specified, the septic field is 600 gallons per day, which is a 4-bedroom, not a 5-bedroom house. The house had previously been marketed for up to 14 people. That's a tremendous amount of people for a 3,200 square foot house. And then somewhere, I'm not sure how it translates, the provision allows for effectively unlimited minor children. So assuming it is a 4-bedroom, that's still 8 adults with unlimited minor children, and a septic field has no consideration or discrimination against, adults or children. It's the volume that goes into that field. It's simply not capable of processing that. It's not good for the environment. I don't know how that exception exists in the language of the statutes. I do know, and from firsthand experience, if you have, if the house went from 3 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms, in order to get a CO on that renovation, there would have been an assessment on the septic field. And I don't think you can get a CO on a 5-bedroom home that's only certified for 4 bedrooms. So I would bring that to, try and get some kind of resolution on how could this have happened? How can you have a 5-bedroom house advertised on a 4-bedroom septic field? I do know that if, and I know from firsthand experience, if you try and get a CO on a house in a situation like that, the Code of Virginia Title 32.1 and 32.1-164.1 through the Virginia Department of Health will come back and limit the number of persons occupying the dwelling or using the facility based on the septic field. So, and that doesn't, to the best of my understanding, does not permit the exception of minor children on top of the number of people that are allowed through the septic field and bedrooms. Just a little bit further as far as our experience, and again, no ill will towards the owners. I get it. They bought the property, as I guess, an investment. The community was kind of led to believe that, the rental process would be short-term to recoup some of the expenses in purchasing and renovating the home. We have a community well that it's about 12 houses on this well. That's what was communicated to the well community, but that was 4 years ago, and it's been going, nonstop Airbnb ever since. Definitely, with the well we have is not, commercial grade. It's really meant to service a limited number of homes, and that's how it's been since these houses were built effectively. Again, I get it that the owners are looking to maximize their return on investment. We're trying to maximize our return on enjoyment, return on environment, return on the uniqueness of this place. And when you have 12, 14, 16 people piled in a very small house right next to ours, it changes your experience. It changes your ability to enjoy the time. We've seen, reckless traffic, increases with speeds. We see, people who bring boats because there's access to water they're not registered. They likely don't have the Virginia boating license. They don't follow no wake. And then when we try and complain to either the manager or the sheriff's department, there's really no resolution. So you can't complain to Airbnb if you're not a renter or owner. There is literally not a mechanism to file a complaint with Airbnb. They tell you to talk to the host, but the host is, a bit biased in that they work for the homeowners. So even under all this, it's very difficult to get any resolution if you see something happening, an infraction or a law being broken. The sheriff's department has better things to do than deal with noise complaints, on a creek somewhere.
All right. Any questions, gentlemen? All right.
I do have a question. So is this house, is it permitted for a 4-bedroom or 5-bedroom?
It's 4, correct?
The septic is for a 4-bedroom.
It is 4. Okay.
But it's advertised as 5 on Airbnb.
The septic operational permit just says 600 gallons per day, which it doesn't specifically say 4 bedrooms, but it equates to 4 bedrooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it's being advertised as a...
It has been advertised.
as a
This is
five-bedroom.
long existing one, and it has been advertised as a 5-bedroom.
Okay. we don't have any jurisdiction over that. I don't know how, I mean, I don't think that's right, but I'm not sure what we can do about it.
Mr. Gill, would it be possible for any approval to be contingent upon it being advertised as a four-bedroom?
I mean, we have little control over Airbnbs when we see that. I mean, our hands are tied. It's not like any other business that resides in this county or any county. But as county supervisors, we don't want things to be operating beyond their capacity. That's not why we're sitting up here
But
tonight.
it wouldn't be a problem to talk with them about that, right?
Talk to who? about-
To the owners.
I believe they're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to, it wouldn't be a problem for you to express our interest to the owner, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then it's, okay, we suggest that the owner comply.
Right.
So, all right, so, okay.
Isn't-
We're gonna come back to you later, okay? All right.
Isn't part of the application to provide a septic letter?
Yes.
Yes. And so this particular one only just lists a gallon, it doesn't say 3, 4, 5 bedroom?
They don't do that. Yeah, they just provide you gallons per day.
Some of them do, some of them don't. This one in particular just says 600 gallons per day, but does not
And is there a formula for y'all to use that applies that to
Yeah, it's,
figure out how many?
one person is 75 gallons per day, and they usually say it's 2 people per bedroom, so it's 150 gallons per bedroom, in theory. And so you do the math, and that's how you come up with the number of bedrooms.
Okay.
All right, I guess a question I got, if I understood you right, you have reported incidents to the sheriff's department here?
Yes, sir.
With
On noise
no
complaint,
action?
no, none that I'm aware of. You know, this is happening after the quiet, window. So we're talking 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and, it's to the point where you can't sleep, the noise is so loud. We've called the Amber, the host. We've complained there. We've had issues with garbage cans being left out by the street for extended periods of time, weeks at a time. We've made complaints there. We've complained about the excessive, kind of the abuse of waterways, no wake violations, and, asked that they really make an effort to educate the renters as to what the regulations are in the water. We don't want erosion. We don't want damage to the watercraft, because you got people on jet skis and john boats and whatnot that aren't from the area and aren't familiar. And you can't really call the DWR and say, hey, we've got a problem with a no wake violation. It's not like they're just around the corner. But you watch it, you watch your boats rock and bang against the docks. And again, we've made requests that, an effort be made to educate the renters, that they know what these laws are. If they're going to bring their boats and their watercraft, that they abide by the laws of the waterway, similarly to the laws of the road. We've got a very pedestrian road, children, people biking, walking, and, the renters it's a 25 mile per hour, I think, unposted, and the renters typically just are oblivious, and you can tell, they're excessively speeding. It's not a full 2-lane road. It's one of those roads where you have to slow down and kind of maybe get in the grass a little bit to let somebody pass.
Okay.
One of the things I would be interested in,
Let me ask one question on what he just said. It's concerning noise regulation, noise control.
Yes, sir.
And you reported it to the sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How long ago was that?
I can't remember. It's probably been 3 different occasions. The
year?
late night noise
Been a
is
year, 2 years, 6 months?
maybe this past summer
This past summer, okay.
would be one of them.
We've addressed.
Well, where I was
Yeah,
going, Mr.
yeah.
Peel, you're going down the same road I was
Okay, go
going.
ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say, this can be, we can put conditions on things. One of the things we need to do on this particular one is go back, get with the sheriff's department, see if they got these things documented, and see, okay, what action was taken, why did you take this action? I think we just need to slow down a little bit on this and investigate it a little bit, Olivia, and see what was done. Because if it was reported, see, the problem we got, this is not the only one. And we have put policies in place and things like that and passed ordinances. But if we don't have a mechanism to follow up on complaints and they're not being, how do we go back and reject somebody's permit? You know, how does that stand? You know, if we say, okay, we're gonna allow this to happen, but if they violate the conditions we put on it, how do we go back and correct, you know, and take that back if we can't? And see, that's what I'm hearing, that nothing was happening. He's reported it to the sheriff department, and nothing happened.
And the host and the owners, and, you know, there has been some response from the owners, you know, very limited. We'll try, but, you know, for those complaints, really, it's never, you know, hadn't
I
really
think we need
resulted.
to find out exactly what went on.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, the sheriff said he was going to start working with us on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
And
why
it's
Mr.
3
Taylor
strikes and you're
asked
out.
when-
I mean, if
Right.
you, yeah. so-
Yeah.
This was just during the summer that we
Started.
started
yeah.
with the decimal level.
Right, yeah.
And others.
Could I ask a question? Is there any clarification on the rental numbers or the occupancy numbers that don't factor in minor children? You know, again, it seems odd if you can have 6 or 8 adults, and each adult can bring, you know, 2, 4, 6 children.
Our ordinance does not, you know, deviate from other counties' ordinances, and other counties' ordinances has that language, and so it does not violate state code to exclude minor children.
All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. Unless you guys, okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, all right. You, all right.
My name is Darrell Longest. I don't know the owner, and I don't know the gentleman who just spoke. But I agree with the gentleman who just spoke. I live on Blueberry Point Road. In fact, I am on Blueberry Point. I've lived there since 2014. This was at one point in time a quiet rural road. It's extremely narrow. 2 people can't pass at the same time. There's a couple of places where if you tried to put 2 people at the same time, you'd knock down some mailboxes. That's how narrow it is. And it is not it's just a gravel type road too. It's not anything that's suitable for speed, nor parking on the side of it. I go up and down Blueberry Point Road at least once a day for 10 years. In the summertime in particular, this particular location in the last couple of years has been exceptionally noisy and overrun with people. People park on the street, they block half of the road, they mow up the road, the grass and to the side of the road. They're very, very loud, particularly late at night. Children play in the streets there. It's very, very dangerous to do that. So if the gentleman is not getting any response to this, there's something wrong with the use of the property. And we should not encourage the use of the property like this, and we certainly should not encourage any expansion of it. And it's certainly not a 5-bedroom house. It certainly is not suitable for that many adults and children. I've raised 7 children of my own, and I know how much property it takes to raise that number of kids. I see a lot of drinking around the area too, particularly after 8, 9 o'clock at night on the summers. And I find that to be dangerous too. Dangerous to the people and dangerous to the residents.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me say this before I go any further. I forgot to tell you about the 3-minute limit for public hearing. All right, you allow 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, I'll hold this up, letting you know you got 1 minute. Okay. Anyone else wants to speak? Anyone online? No, sir. All right, public hearing session on this applicant request is now closed. Sir, you have something you want to say, the applicant? And usually I do not put time limits on the applicant because they are addressing what you see.
Yeah, so I'll say we understand.
Look at us, talk to us, talk to us.
I'm sorry. Understand, there were some concerns when we first arrived at the property and started it as an Airbnb about 4 years ago. We've adjusted our listing in those years. From the first couple of years, we've actually changed out our real estate agent, or our property manager that was managing the property, because we didn't, the original property manager wasn't very responsive. I believe the newer property manager, Amber, has been much more responsive when there are complaints. So I don't agree with that statement, but however, we've also adjusted the listing itself to be respectful of our neighbors, be aware of the no wake zones, and there's no dogs on the property as well. So the idea is we're trying to respect our neighbors as best we can with the property, and we respond to our neighbors when they talk to us or when they have complaints. But obviously, running an Airbnb can be contentious. But we try to live by keeping the neighborhood what it is or safe, and we give that feedback to our customers as well.
All right. Gentlemen, have any questions, comments for this applicant? All right. good.
Well, what are your thoughts of the 5-bedroom versus 4-bedroom? From this standpoint, it looks like that your advertising is the wrong capacity.
It's something we would definitely take into consideration. The residency we put on there was in accordance with what is the septic tank allows, and that's why we have what we have today.
Okay, so you hear from our staff, you're willing to change to what they're saying to you? Or
Change to the 4 bedrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of if. I think it is, you must do it.
Yeah.
Because our ordinance requires that you cannot have more people, maximum of 2 persons per bedroom, and your septic permit is only for 4 bedrooms. So you must advertise for 4 bedrooms and not 5.
If that's what the council says, then.
Say that again.
Yeah, that's something we can do.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay.
And Linda, you'll monitor that to make sure it happens?
Right. I mean, if you wanted to wait to take a vote on this, we could ask that he amend the posting and provide proof to us, and then we can check on the sheriff's records of complaints as Mr. Lee requested. So that is an option.
What would that mean for his, him renting it in the time being?
He could continue to rent until we came to a decision on that, until you all decided.
Or I can.
How much time
Or I can
would-
send evidence within a week if that works as well.
How much time would you need to do that, Olivia? To check on that and get that info back to us?
I could do that pretty quickly. I'd say I'd need a week with the sheriff's department, but I would just need however much time you needed to amend the listing.
That's something we can do quickly.
Okay.
I don't know how long it takes to go on Airbnb, but we'll get it as soon as possible.
Is this a place you solely use for Airbnb, or do you live there at some point?
We use it as a vacation home as well. I live down in Chesapeake. My brother lives down in North Carolina.
All right.
So we do use it as well.
When do we meet again?
Let me
March
ask- let me ask
27th.
this question. Don, is this something that if we decide to pass it, that we could pass it based upon her approval? And
You've closed the public hearing, so you could, if you choose to table this, you could bring it back as a consideration item at your next meeting.
So
You don't have to hold another public
prefer
hearing
us
because
to do it
you've
that
held
way?
it and closed it.
All right, we'll do it that way then. So, okay.
What do you want me to say?
All right. What we're gonna do is just table it. Yeah. All right. I was thinking about something else, but this is probably the best way to handle it. Okay. Table it.
Okay. You need that in form of a motion?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I'd like to make the motion that we table this permit
Table action on this special exception request.
until our March 27th meeting.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passed unanimously. All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Ms. Pruitt?
Thank you. Our next application is for special exception for Ryan and Amy Pedroni to operate an unhosted short-term rental at 71 Ashley Cove Lane, Whitestone, Virginia, tax map number 35-73B in District 3. The septic permit allows for 450 gallons per day and 3 bedrooms, and under the ordinance, the property is allowed 6 adults plus minor children. However, the applicant does cap the total lodgers and invitees or non-lodgers at 10. The applicant has provided an adequate parking plan, evidence of insurance, and certificate of occupancy. This is a new short-term rental, and the applicant is subject to the annual registry. And as such, as being a new short-term rental, she will, if upon approval, she will submit the form and payment for this year's registry, as well as she knows that she needs to pay the monthly, or they need to pay the monthly transient occupancy taxes. We did not receive any public comments as of the date of the memo that was sent to you, but this morning we did receive a phone call and an email from one of the neighbors, and that is the one-page sheet that was set at everyone's space. And I think she might be, Ms. Hughes might be here tonight. And just as a side note, the Padronis are not here in person. They should be on Zoom, though.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay. Oh, and just one last thing. Just the staff recommends approval be contingent on receipt of the current registry and payment and compliance with the ordinance.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, any
I
questions?
got a question. The last sentence, the owner does not allow additional invitees, non-lodgers. I understand that, but then it goes on to say the total number of lodgers and invitees on the property is not to exceed 10.
So in the ordinance, it says that you can have no more than 20 people on the property at any one time. Some folks will have who can stay there as overnight guests, who is actually staying on the property, but may allow like friends to come over for the day or something like that. So some of the applications we're receiving will note how many bedrooms and how many people spend the night, but then also note, and you'll see what's actually, this comes up with the next application as well. You'll note that they will have a slightly higher occupancy of 10, say 10 when it's a 4-bedroom house or something like that. And that is to indicate that they may allow invitees, or when you're talking about minor children, for example, when you combine that all together, they're saying they're cutting it off at 10, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
So it would only be allowing the 6 adults to spend the night. So when we say occupancy, that's the occupancy that we're talking about, but 10 total. So that would be 6 adults and 4 children. So they would not ever exceed the 10 total, is what they have provided themselves.
So that answers
On the
the
property
questions
at any one time.
Yes.
So
Right.
that answers the questions about the number of children. Okay.
Yeah, and just to kind of backtrack a little bit, the Lucas, when they applied, this was actually prior to, I think, the actual switching of the ordinance, or when it was revised. Basically, it was on a different format. So that wasn't really something that was asked at the time, when they originally applied. So with these folks and some of the other ones, they have come to us after the whole process was kind of redone, and we had some new forms that now we're asking that, and in part it's to identify, I don't think the county wants any of these short-term rentals to be hosting events, like weddings and
Right.
family reunions or anything like that. So it's to try to help, identify maybe those folks that might be trying to do that and kind of try to cut it off, from the get-go, I guess is the way to put it.
All right.
So that's why we're asking to see, what are you really trying to allow on this piece of property?
Any further questions or comments? No. All right, at this particular time, I'm opening the floor to public comments on this particular applicant's request. Anyone wants to speak? Anyone want to speak? Anybody online that want to speak? All right. Public comment session is now closed. All right, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this special exception.
All right, you've heard the motion. All in favor said aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion passed. Okay. Ms. Pruitt.
Thank
You're
you.
popular tonight.
Maybe?
I'm beginning to wonder if all the Airbnbs are in Mr. Smith's in my district, because I believe that. Mr. Geezy, you need a few of them?
We don't have a lot of waterfront up in the area.
Yeah.
Okay, our third application is from Genevieve Middleton to operate an unhosted short-term rental at 146 Holgate Way in Weems, which is tax map 22-44E in District 5. The septic permit allows for 500 gallons per day, which translates into a 3-bedroom house per confirmation from David Fridley from the Health Department. And that was a little weird because I think it's an older house, but 500 gallons per day is kind of an odd number. And when you kind of do that math, you get 3.33 bedrooms. So what he was saying is that the original application was for a 2-bedroom house, but the septic capacity is for a 3-bedroom house. So it kind of is in this weird, but it's not quite a 4-bedroom house. So, and I think that information from him is in your packet as well. So under the ordinance, the property is allowed up to 6 adults plus minor children. The applicant has provided adequate parking, insurance, certificate of occupancy. This is one that has been existing for a while, and she is exempt from the annual registry as she's a licensed realtor. The property is current on their transient occupancy taxes. And going back to what we're talking about with these numbers, due to the large acreage of the property, which has a significant amount of acreage, the applicant will entertain requests to allow additional invitees, or non-lodgers, what we're talking about, but she officially lists the property as no events allowed. She mentioned in talking to her on the phone, she mentioned that when she uses it, she goes to church here quite often, and she'll have people over for like a small church event or whatever. So she said maybe if there was a certain circumstance that they want to do something similar that she does, she might entertain that. So on her application, that's why when you see that, it says 20 people, which seems like a big gap between, the amount of bedrooms, but that was kind of the reasoning behind her putting that on there, just to be upfront and honest about that. And so therefore, the staff recommends approval be contingent upon the continued compliance with the ordinance.
Any questions, gentlemen?
I have more of a brief comment than a
Okay.
question particularly about this particular one. The gentleman before referred to issues about complaints and compliance and stuff like that. Would it be possible for the county to have sort of like maybe a Google sheet that somebody could fill out a particular complaint and that could come to somebody the county could follow with, or a hotline or something that people could call in that could leave a message? Could those be something that could be created potentially to help mitigate these complaints that people may have?
We are tracking complaints with our current database.
Okay, any others?
I do. So if we approve this, are we approving that she can't, that as many as 20 people can be on the property? Or is she saying that she would like to come to?
No, it would be for overnight guests, would just be the 6 adults plus minor children. And so the 20 is if they were to have, like she said, some people over from church or something. But the ordinance states that you can't have more than 20 people.
Oh, so the 20 is her personal.
Right, and so what you're approving would be compliance with that bedroom number of 3.
Okay. And this is being advertised as a 3-bedroom?
It is advertised as a 4-bedroom.
Okay, but it's only has capacity for 3.3 bedrooms, and
Yes.
that doesn't round up to 4.
No, it does not round up to 4.
So I think we're in the same boat again.
Yeah, that needs to change.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it just needs to change.
Okay. In a minute, we get to you, okay. All right, so, are you the applicant? Yes. Okay, in a minute. All right, so any other questions, gentlemen, or Mrs. Pruitt? Okay, yes, ma'am, you come forward.
I have a question,
Yes.
because I'm confused. we just have this on VRBO, so I don't know if that's different from Airbnb. I mean, it's the same type of platform, but I don't know what the rules on the others are. When you advertise, you put the number of people that it will house. And the problem here, if you do you just advertise of how many adults? So I would have to put 6 adults. However, when somebody is looking at that and they have 3 children, there's no way for them to know that they can bring their children. I mean, I'm assuming, there are many people who would have this problem. If I put 8 and someone applies with 8 adults, I can deny them. However, VRBO will fine me for doing that. So I'm not quite sure how to
I'm not sure
go forward.
it's our responsibility to even address that. That's between you and the company you work with. What we're talking about is your septic system. And you cannot advertise your rental as a 4-bedroom when your septic capacity will only handle 3. So I don't know how that part of the application works, but that's really all we're concerned about.
And if I may?
Yeah.
When you list the property, is there a place for special notes? I mean, is that a place where you could put minor children allowed?
Well, but people have to get there first.
Well, I
If
mean,
you're
that's-
coming, so they're not going to go there if there are 6 adults and 3 children. I
Well,
mean, it's going to be a problem. I can put it in the write-up, but they have to get there first in order to read it.
So are you saying that you have to advertise whether or not it's adults or children and not bedrooms?
No, you
So it would just
can't.
be based off of bedrooms, correct?
It's just based on sort of how many bedrooms, how many people big and little, that you have in the house. That's what all of them are, I think.
So your septic says that you can have 6.
6 adults.
So 6 would be the limit. Even though our
Right.
ordinance says, and they're minor children, what you can advertise for would be the 6.
Correct. We have 10 beds. I mean, is that, I mean, it's going to be a problem for a lot of people. I don't know how many. The house was built in '76, and on the architect's plans, it has 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. The other question I would have, I think, and this may not be a direct quote, I think it says in the code that it's 2 per bedroom for someone who's living there all the time, for a full-time resident. Does it make any difference at all that the rules also say this can only be rented, I think it's 240 days?
No, it does not make a difference. It would just be based on your septic permit and how many bedrooms they allow. And that's all they could approve you for based on our code.
So that is, there's a 1,000-gallon tank. Is that?
No, you have a 500 gallon per day permit from the health department.
And it specifies 3-bedroom. So the health department has specified that it has the capacity for 3 bedrooms. So that means you can have the 6 adults per day. And that's how you could
Okay.
advertise it.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to open up the floor now for public comments for this. And again, you have 3 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, I will hold up a sign letting you know, I'll hold up this sign letting you have a minute left. Okay. Floor is now open. Any comments from the public? Any comments online? Public comments closed.
Can I ask another quick question from
Yes.
Olivia? In regards to this, she's referring to her plan as having, her architect's plan being a four-bedroom house versus the septic. I mean, I don't understand how you would be able to, been allowed to build that, but of course it happened in 1976, so who knows? Do more of these seem to be like, I built a three-bedroom house in 19 whatever, but I also had maybe an office, but now that office is migrated to being used as a bedroom. Is that how maybe these are occurring?
That's possible, but the county would not have approved that without a safe, adequate, proper from the health department. So it may be that she feels there are 4 bedrooms, but if the health department has only approved it for 3, that's all we can allow.
Yeah.
So the option to get around that is to increase the size of your septic.
Right.
Okay.
So if this one would be similar in a way, you could say you'd like to table it pending an amendment to that advertisement.
Not really. All right, 'cause not really. Okay. All right, I entertain a motion.
Well, I'm kind of in the same boat here. So is the property being advertised as a 4-bedroom right now?
It is.
It is. But as the other one, she has to apply to the ordinance. 3, she had to advertise for 3.
Right, so any approval that you all would give would be contingent upon complying with our ordinance,
Yeah.
which means she
So,
would
and
need
we're in
to
the same
advertise as
boat.
And
3.
put that-
Do
and
we
put-
want to put this off until the next meeting, until we've
Not-
been shown that?
Not really, because I don't see anything coming out of this. I don't think she's gonna go get a larger tank. And we don't have anything really to check.
The only
on.
thing that could come
No,
out of
she
Mr.
could-
Chairman is she could
she
provide
could
proof that
advertise-
she's amended her listing.
She's advertising a 3-bedroom, not a 4-bedroom. That's what we would see at the next meeting, is that she's advertising correctly.
That's what you want.
Well, we can't, I don't want to deny her.
No.
She's done everything right, except for she has too many people in her house. I like for us to.
Just prove it
table
contingent of that? Yeah.
Come to the mic.
This is probably moot. We usually have couples. Sometimes we have 6 golfers, and we do have families. I will be happy to put 6 people.
And the other bedroom.
We'll get the golfers, we won't get the families.
Or you could have 6 adults and the children go in the 4th bedroom.
But there's no way to say that.
And I know.
Well, you can put it in your write-up, like you said earlier.
If they get there, right. I mean,
Well,
that's
why wouldn't they get there?
Well, I think what
because
she's
if you
basically saying,
have.
when you go to like rent Airbnb, you've got to decide how many people you're going to have, and that filters out to whether you're going to see listings for 6-bedroom places, 8-bedroom places, or whatever those number, and you won't see the ones that are too small or bigger than what you want.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Basically what
correct.
you're saying?
Well,
Yes.
And we sympathize with that. Unfortunately, we're abiding by ordinances here.
That's correct.
So we don't have a choice in it. So I'd like for us to, I'd like to make the motion that we table this until our next meeting. And at that meeting, we'll see some proof that it's being advertised as a 3-bedroom and not a 4-bedroom. And if we see that, then we'll pass it.
I can send you that tonight.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but in the system of VRBO, when you create it, are the number of bedrooms populated by the number of people, or can you select how many bedrooms?
It has both. It has, the first thing when you look, I mean, number one, if you're renting a place or looking to rent, you put in how many people you have. That includes kids. So, somebody can have 10 people, and 4 of them can be kids. But, so they have to put that in first. And as the gentleman said, it filters out, because we would have 6.
So I guess my question is, because our ordinance says it would be 6 people plus minor children.
Right.
In theory, then, you could still leave the number at 10, but could you just change the bedrooms to 3? That's, I think, that's
Yes.
the main thing.
Yes, that's easy.
If I'm correct in what I'm hearing? Like, if you just want it changed to
Right.
3 bedrooms.
We cannot approve more than a three-bedroom, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Okay,
from this
but if I
level.
change it
What
to
she-
3 bedrooms and not 4, it's the number of people that I'm concerned, which you all, I understand.
Yes.
You don't have control over that. I don't either.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And because the ordinance allows for minor children, those minor children are considered people, right?
Right.
I mean, they're just minor children. So
Right.
it gives, the way the ordinance is set up is that it has some flexibility built into it because you're saying, and minor children, right?
Right.
So you have to separate that in a way from the bedrooms. So if your
Right.
septic specifically says 3 bedrooms, or the health department says 3 bedrooms, then
Right.
that is what you need to advertise it
And
at.
that's on
Separate
down
from the
the
number of
listing.
people
Right.
specifically, because you're trying to build in the allowance
Right.
for the children.
That's a good solution.
So, yeah, I think that's,
So you can put in both of those numbers. You can put in the number of people, and you can also put in the number of bedrooms.
Right, I can take one of the bedrooms out.
So you can populate both of those fields, number of
Right.
people and bedrooms.
My only
I think
concern
that's the
is
answer.
getting people to read it.
I think that's the answer, I think.
Right.
Is there,
Okay.
I'm sorry, is there a limit on the number of people you could put then? Because if it's effectively
It's
unlimited
10.
minor
It's
children.
really 10.
Oh, I wouldn't want that.
No, I'm saying, this is a broader question.
No, it's two
have
adults
more
per
than 10
bedroom,
anyhow, right?
2 adults per bedroom per
well,
child.
ultimately, you can't have more than 20 people.
Right.
Yeah.
Septic says 6 people, but if you have 2 minor children, you can have 8 human beings, 8 souls.
Mr. Chairman, technically, the public hearing is closed.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I can separate those.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
okay.
you.
All right, that make a difference?
But that's a valid point, though, is now, what is the limit on there's no limit on the number of children, so up to 20.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that's what the ordinance says.
But you would never have that.
Well, I don't know if you would never. I learned in life, when you say never, it happens
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah.
20 teenagers have definitely rented houses in the Outer Banks.
Are they children?
They may act like it.
Teenagers.
Not sure, have they voted?
Yeah.
I'm glad I lived in the first district.
Well, I'm just going to say, I think it's moving forward, that's something we need to look at. And
Okay.
this isn't the time or that, but similar to the last one, we don't have proof that it's been advertised as 3-bedroom yet, so I make the motion that we table it until our next meeting. At that time, we'll have proof that it's being advertised as a 3-bedroom.
Have they already voted? Okay.
No.
Okay, so you've heard the motion to table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All disapproved says nay. All right, motion is passed, tabled. Okay. Number 5.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our last application is for Bonnie Lee Jones to operate an unhosted short-term rental at 117 Beach Cove Drive, Whitestone, Virginia, which is the Beach Cove Villas condominiums. Tax map number is 41B-A-2B in District 3. Property is serviced by the Windmill Point Resort and Yacht Harbor Wastewater Treatment Plant, and this unit is allowed a maximum of 2 bedrooms. Under the ordinance, the property is allowed 4 adults plus minor children. However, the applicant does cap the total lodgers and invitees or non-lodgers at 10. The applicant has provided an adequate parking plan, insurance, and certificate of occupancy. This is a new short-term rental, and the applicant upon approval, this applicant would be subject to the annual registry and will submit the form and payment, again, upon approval, as well as she's aware about paying the transient occupancy taxes. This property in particular is subject to a homeowners association, where short-term rentals are allowed under certain terms and conditions, and she provided actually the bylaws for that condominium association that gave, what all that was and what she has to go through. So they have a lot of oversight, it looks like, down there for short-term rentals. So staff recommends approval contingent upon receipt of the current registry and payment and compliance with Article 29 of the ordinance.
All right, any questions of Mrs. Pruitt before public hearing? Okay, no questions. Applicant here? Okay, good, all right. You want to say anything before we open up for public hearing or after?
You got,
Mike.
come on up here.
Yeah.
People in virtual world can't hear you.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm Bonnie Lee Jones, and I am the owner of 117 Beach Cove Drive, which is in that Beach Cove Villas community at Windmill Point. May I make a short statement now, or do you want to do the...
It's up to you whether you want to do it now or afterwards.
Whatever you'd like.
Do it now.
Go ahead. All right. I'm here tonight, obviously, to request a special exception to operate a short-term rental at the condo. My reasons for doing so are tied really to the backstory of the condo. I will briefly, I know it's late, I will briefly outline that for you, just so you understand why I'm coming to ask for this. My husband Bill and I purchased the condo in 2003. We'd spent a lot of time down here since the 80s, and we knew that this was a special place for us. So when we finally were able to have a weekend retreat here, it was really wonderful. Like many people do, up and down 64 every single weekend. We became involved in the condo community. I've spent many years on the board. We enjoyed the surrounding towns, realized very quickly that we wanted to make Whitestone our home after Bill retired, which happened in 2016. And at that time, Beach Cove Villas condos were designated, all of our deeds say they are motel suite condominiums, interestingly enough, as we come around to the short-term rentals. But this term, obviously, is no longer in use, and full-time residency at the time that Bill retired was not allowed either. That since has been changed as well. So Bill and I found a house not far from the condos. Actually, I live 3 doors away from my condo, where we could live full-time in retirement. I'm really grateful that we relocated as quickly as we did. We had 5 really wonderful years, even though a couple were COVID, before the unthinkable happened, and Bill passed away in 2021. Fast forward now 4 years to now since he's been gone, and I'm finding that the condo is being used less and less. I'm not bringing groups of family down kind of the way we used to when there were 2 of us and we hosted things. And I just don't know if that'll change, but it hasn't so far. So I've too many wonderful memories there to sell it. So I have been trying to figure out what is the best path forward. Friends and family still like to stay there when visiting. Our 3 sons, however, are scattered throughout the U.S. They're in Florida, Colorado, and New Jersey. So this is not an easy trip to the river, and they're here a couple times a year, but not usually more than that. A lot of my condo neighbors have asked over the years whether they could use my condo. All of our Beach Cove Villas condos are 2-bedroom, 2-bath. So extra sleeping when they have family groups down is always really nice. And I always like to do that. It's good to have the condo used. So I have decided that if I'm not going to sell it, I want to keep it in excellent condition. And one way to do that is to have it used. If it's going to be used, there are going to be water running through the pipes, the appliances are going to be used, it will have eyes on it. It will be the best way I can maintain it. But I want to have the use of the condo for family and friends when I need it as well. So I believe that the best solution is to offer the condo as a short-term rental. Our condo community redid their bylaws, knowing that this was kind of on the horizon, and we have a really pretty extensive list of requirements and very spelled out regulations for a short-term rental at that the condo community will stand behind. And I also think the key to this, because I'm gone visiting my grandchildren in distant states, is to have a top-notch professional property manager. I am not going to be qualified or able to take care of things at the drop of the hat if I'm in Colorado visiting grandchildren. This needs somebody local who has experience and has been highly recommended. I really did a deep dive into property managers. And I'm happy to say that I've contracted with Maria Getoff of Harmonized Getaways. I asked her to be available by Zoom in case you all had any questions, and I'm very happy that we have gotten together. I believe her business model is really excellent. And someone with an excellent reputation like hers, I think, will be needed to keep this at the high-quality standards that I want for my community. I love Beach Cove Villas, as many of you know who've worked with me down there. I really do want this to be a seamless integration into the community. So those are the reasons that I believe a short-term rental is a good solution for me. I respectfully request that you approve the request, and I really am getting to be excited about the use and the possibilities of doing this down there. I think it's a perfect combination.
Gentlemen, y'all have any questions of the applicant before I open up for public hearing?
You are advertising this as a two-bedroom?
Two-bedroom, two-bath.
With a 10-person maximum, a 10-person limit? With a 10-person limit?
Yes, and the reason I did that was because there are times, as Bill and I hosted things with family, where you do end up having 10 people for, lunch or something like that. And I think that's a realistically small, proportional group.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the applicant? All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
The floor is now open for comment from the public here yes, sir.
Good evening again. I just had a couple, questions to put out there. I don't know if answers can come back tonight, or maybe this is something you all can come back to the community with. But I guess, some questions. We've talked about Airbnb or VRBO. What will be done to monitor other sites? I know that a lot of people use other websites. So how do you ensure compliance? My next question would be, if someone's found not to be compliant, what do you all have the ability to do? If they don't get this permit or this permit suspended, does that immediately put a ban on rentals? Does that immediately, cause them to be forced to cease and desist future rentals? This is just, information as a resident, I'd like to know about. So if someone doesn't have a permit, short-term, unhosted, again, do you all have a mechanism to enforce this? Are there legal penalties, fines, that sort of thing? I'd be interested to hear about that. And then, the last thing, I don't mean to be presumptuous, and I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like the ordinance is in conflict with the health department on the people, the number of souls versus bodies versus minor children. So, perhaps that's something that can be looked into. But again, I know for a fact that the Virginia Department of Health has implemented a limitation on the number of souls that can be on a property based on the septic field. And there is no ambiguity as to whether that can be children, minor children, or adults. So I would just, suggest and and hope maybe that's looked into just for pure clarification. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, anyone online? Public hearing is now closed. I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this special exception.
You've heard the motion. All in favor said aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passed.
Olivia, did you want to address any of that?
Sure, I would if you'd like me to.
I mean, I would, I'd like to.
Okay, so we have our zoning code, so I'm sorry, what? Okay, so any violation of our zoning code would be considered a zoning violation, and the county has the option to pursue that as we would normally, which can potentially end up in court with the use of our county attorney, Mr. Jim Cornwell. So that would be our option to pursue any violations of the code. We are new into this process, and as you can see, we are ironing out any issues that we have with this new ordinance, as we would always have to.
Yeah. And just as the Board of Supervisors can grant a special exception, the Board of Supervisors can also revoke a special exception. And I believe our ordinance is just basically a 3-strike and you're out deal.
That's correct.
So,
So we can't, we have no control over what's advertised other than what's advertised on the sites that come before us. And I know there are multiple ways to advertise your property. That's kind of out of our hands. I'm not sure how we police all of that. I'm not sure how anyone polices all of that. I think everyone's in the same boat. But I do have a problem with the number of people that we allow in the house. And if it goes against our health code, then it's a problem for all of us. We need to look at that.
well, it was looked at when the ordinance was passed. It was vetted with council. And as I said previously, our ordinance, other jurisdictions' ordinances have the same language that we do. We don't have, I mean, our language is not unique. So, our language states it's based on the number of bedrooms as prescribed by the Virginia Department of Health. And as the ordinance made its way through the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, it was chosen to allow minor children.
Okay.
And that's in agreement with other localities.
As I said, our ordinance is not unique. Other localities have the same language in their ordinance.
That's
And
interesting.
the planning commission looked at many other
Mhm.
localities when they put this together.
Yeah.
Lots of them, so what Mr. Gill is saying is correct. It's in line with everybody else.
Okay.
All right. Okay, consensus docket.
Move for approval.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passed. All right, unanimously. All right, so consideration docket, salaries and invoices.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the February salaries and invoices for in the total amount of invoices, $4,594,717.29. Total payroll, $463,245.79, for a total of $5,057,963.08, of which capital improvements were $3,882,587.07.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passed unanimously. All right, application of special exception, Ms. Oliver Hall, Olivia Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have for you tonight an application for special exception by SBA Communications and T-Mobile to co-locate an antenna array for T-Mobile cellular service on the existing cell tower located at tax map number 15-91A at 8301 Maryball Road in District 2. The attached site plan shows the location of the tower, the proposed new antenna array. A structure analysis was performed to ensure that the existing tower would support the additional antenna. Both of these reports have been confirmed, signed, and sealed by professional engineers. Verizon and AT&T antennas already exist on this tower, and the county has installed various antennas to support its public safety radio system. Staff recommends approval pending the results of an interference, intermodulation, and transmitter noise receiver desensitization study showing that current and planned county radio operations will not be impacted by this co-location. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions? All right, I move that that we approve the pending results of of the tower for special exception by the SBA Communications All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. Okay. Consideration of accepting a deed. Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, the new school property will have a sewage pump station, and the county needs an easement across Carter Financial property, the Hills Quarter property, from the east side of Old St. John's Road to the west side of Old St. John's Road to connect to the existing 8-inch sewer line, which conveys the wastewater to the Middlegate pump station and subsequently downstream to the Kilmarnock wastewater treatment plant. County Attorney Jim Cornwell, I believe, is online. He drafted the attached easement, and Mr. Carter has executed that easement, and the Board of Supervisors needs to approve and accept that deed of easement and authorize the county administrator to execute it. I don't know if Mr. Cornwell can hear me or wants to add anything at this time. Jim, can you hear me?
Mr. Cornwell?
No. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. All right. I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve and accept this deed of easement and authorize the county administration to execute.
All right. You heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. All right. Mr. Gill, awarding a bid.
Mr. Chairman, on January 9th, we issued an invitation to bid, requesting bids from qualified firms for the construction of the Westland Beach at Windmill Point Project Phase 2, which consists of the new access off of Windmill Point Road, the parking lot, and the restroom facility. Bids were due back by February 13th at 2 p.m., opened in this room on that date and time. Bay Design Group has provided a bid tabulation an explanation of how they arrived at their recommendation. The lowest responsible bidder is the Norman Company at $1,154,701.67. So I'm asking that the board follow the recommendation of Bay Design and award this bid in that amount to the Norman Company and authorize the county administrator to execute the required documents.
Any of y'all have any questions for Mr. Gill? All right. I entertain a motion.
I move that we approve this bid.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passed unanimously. All right, construction of reimbursement resolution, Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, you all have done this in the past when you've done financing arrangements for capital improvement projects. It's called a reimbursement resolution, which allows the county to reimburse itself from later tax-exempt financing for school and county projects. It's important that in the explanation in the memo, you can see all of the different IRS regulations that Dan Siegel has provided for explanation of why this reimbursement resolution is needed. Basically, the prior financing that the board did in 2022 through Truist Bank and the Lancaster EDA in the amount of $5 million for non-school related capital improvement items was expended as of December 31st, 2024. This reimbursement resolution will allow us to reimburse ourselves for 60 days prior to the adoption of this resolution. So we'll be able to go back to January 1st and not lose any time in the payment of these expenses related to non-school related capital improvement items. The reimbursement resolution before you also includes the additional $15 million, which the board approved back in, I believe it was in 2023, to increase the total cost of the new middle high school project from $60 million to $75 million. You will recall that at that time, the county's financial advisors, Davenport and Company, suggested that we wait until 2025 in the hopes that interest rates would decline. They have some, so we will need to pursue an issuance of that additional $15 million this fall through a Virginia Public School Authority bond. The non-school related capital improvement items, I have provided a list for you for projects that already have contracts. I have the contract balance needed to finish Windmill Point Phase 1, the contract balance for Windmill Point Phase 2, I have architect and engineer budget estimates for Carter's Cove and Taylor's Creek. We have a contract balance to finish for the public-private partnership on Harpers Creek Road. The P25 emergency communications radio system was originally a $4.2 million project. We've got a balance of 1.2 to finish there. The Kilmarnock Convenience Center has a contract balance of $424,000, and a couple of smaller engineering estimates for conceptual planning work that needs to be done. Bottom line is non-school related capital improvement items total just under $10 million. So the reimbursement resolution is for a total of $25 million, $15 million for school-related project, and $10 million for parks and other county use projects. Having said all that, I would ask that the board adopt this reimbursement resolution.
I move that we adopt the reimbursement resolution. All of you heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. All right, consideration of agreement. Mr. Bateman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. At issue here is consideration of agreement for regional marketing through Virginia's River Realm between Lancaster County, the town of Kilmarnock, Middlesex Economic Development Authority, and the town of Tappahannock. In 2025, the town of Tappahannock has requested to become part of Virginia's River Realm. This is the first major expansion of Virginia's River Realm since its inception in 2015. Because of the significant onboarding needed, an agreement document was developed for Tappahannock's onboarding. This agreement is between all major contributors, that's contributors at the 25,000 plus level annually, and shows the relationships between Lancaster County, Middlesex EDA, the towns of Kilmarnock and Tappahannock now and moving forward. And the agreement also identifies the relationship to Kilmarnock as the fiscal agent. All parties except Lancaster have reviewed and adopted and executed this agreement. It's a recommendation that you approve the agreement and authorize the county administrator to execute it.
All right. You have any questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve the agreement and have our county administrator execute.
We've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. All right. Amendment to the existing SBA antenna site. Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, this is for the tower that is behind the sheriff's office. Currently, Verizon is at the top of that tower, then AT&T is right below them. Then it is county equipment. You'll recall that with CARES money back in 2020, we purchased wireless broadband equipment that was subsequently leased to Broadband Telecom Services, who provided wireless broadband service as a stopgap measure until the APB Dominion project took full force. That broadband project, well, BTS has quit operating and they're no longer in service. So we looked for potential buyers of the equipment on the tower, but because it's 5 years old, it's already obsolete. And we're going to remove that broadband equipment and put our emergency communications radio equipment in that third spot on the tower. Below us will be the T-Mobile antenna array that was approved earlier as consideration item number 2. Biggest issue here with this amendment is the increase in the rent. It's jumping from $1,900 per month in December of 2024. With this amendment, it'll jump to $3,900 a month. And it seems like a steep jump, and it is, but the equipment that we're putting on the tower is larger and heavier than the broadband equipment that was there now, and that plays into the amount of rent that is charged. I will say that this figure is not as bad as it seems because the county owns the property that tower is on, and we also collect rent from SBA for the ground that tower is on. And I don't have that number in front of me, but if memory serves correctly, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1,800 a month that we collect from them. So the net effect is going to be about $2,100 per month.
Can you raise our rent by $2,100? I'm on top of it.
I knew I was going to get that question. We'll look into that.
We'll vote on that right now. All right. I move that we amend the antenna site agreement dated December 15, 2020. You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passed
That
unanimously.
tower sitting on prime land.
All right, consideration of accepting a deed. All right, Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, at last month's meeting, the board voted unanimously in open meeting to approve a lease agreement with Stay the Course LLC to develop an additional public access site off of Harpers Creek Drive, the public-private partnership that I spoke of earlier. You know from past discussions that there is an existing 50 feet right-of-way along Harpers Creek Drive. About 400 feet beyond its intersection with Windmill Point Road is where this 50 feet right-of-way begins. County Attorney Jim Cornwell has drafted the attached deed that will convey that 50 feet right-of-way to the county. And it will enable the county to construct a couple of passing areas along Harpers Creek Drive, because Harpers Creek Drive, as it currently exists, is very narrow. It's only 20 feet wide. The actual easement area is only 20 feet wide. The actual travel way is less than that. So those additional passing areas will aid ingress and egress to the public access site that's currently under construction at the end of Harpers Creek Drive. So again, I know Mr. Cornwell was online earlier, and I don't know if he wants to add anything to this. Again, this is pretty straightforward, and I would ask that you approve and accept the attached deed and authorize the county administrator to execute any and all required documents.
I move for approval and request that the county administrator execute.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passed unanimously. All right, board reports. Gentlemen, you have anything to report? All right. County administrator report.
The only thing I would add, and I left this out earlier, at your March 27th meeting, Davenport and Company intends to make a presentation to you all about potential future financings and to, to do like they've done in the past and give you a good overview of how we're going to handle this.
Are they ready for a long meeting?
Are
they aware?
They're not aware of that yet.
All right, that's it?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
But I said it first.
All right. All in favor, say aye. 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 Motion